to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome on and all to this week's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. The media team has taken the trip up to Tedajani Reserve. The Taj, as it's officially called by the home side, the Bulleen Templestowe Football Club, who are playing host to the Warrandyte Football Club in a top-of-the-table Division 4 clash out here today. You can catch all the action right here, plus the next hour on pre-game right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, and streaming right around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. I'm Josh Ward, joined by Brett Davidson, Jared Beanland also joining us as well. And off the top, we're joined by the president of the Bulleen Templestowe Football Club. We've reached the upper echelons of the Bullants, and that is Greg Chivers. Welcome aboard, Greg.
Thank you, Joshy. Welcome all to Tedajani Reserve, the Taj, we affectionately call it. It is our Taj Mahal, and I will be praying to the football gods today that the sharing will be bouncing our way today.
Well, absolutely. They've already played a factor today because it is a beautiful day out here for a top-of-the-table clash between yourselves and Warrandyte. How is the club feeling ahead of today's contest as well, Greg?
Excited and nervous, so that's a good mix, I think. The coaches have been doing a wonderful job preparing the troops. We've got a debutant today. The backline's gelling well. We've got a pass plays day in there. So it's all happening. It's all happening. I'm excited.
It certainly is. And you're coming off a fantastic win last weekend out of Kimberley Reserve against Trunside Park. Is that the side's best win since coming across to the AFNL?
Our best win in probably 10 years, Josh. Like, to be fair, really tough, tenacious, really focused, the application. Leading into that, there have been some really mature performances where previously we might have slipped up and not got the chocolate. So, yeah, we're showing real growth.
Greg, great to chat to you for the first time. I'm really curious about what the transition's been like into the EFNL. Sort of like a very basic question for a team like yourselves, but genuinely, like, being able to draw some players, recruiting in the off-season, being able to pick up a couple of players from Templestowe Reserve side, for example, that have really begun to pay off this season. How have you found settling into the EFNL and what that means for the club in terms of not just players towards you, but also the community and getting eyes on your football team?
Thanks, Brett. Look, I think, yeah, the small things in life are the big things. And there's the smallest thing of just being able to have a frothy on the fence and just the flow on social aspect of that, the community that's gone from that, and everything that's been generated from that, what we've been able to do, bring in corporate partners, recruit players. It's just, yeah, it's been a big circuit breaker. Bullant revolution, really, sort of thing. So it's bred like so much life into the place, and we're up and about, and it's great. So, yeah.
And you can see that as well from the reserve side doing really well. How important is it for you guys to have that sort of... Is it more for you a trickle-down effect from bringing in big players, or is it a ground-up effect, essentially, in terms of like building the foundations of the club, the sort of community aspect?
Probably a foundational thing, because we had under-19 flag there in 22, so it's really sort of stemmed from that, and now they're all in their third and fourth year of senior football, and then we've been able to pick and choose, recruit appropriately, sort of thing. So it's been the foundations there of the junior club. It's all sort of grown from that, and we're proud to have a club there for 50 years, sort of thing. And this club's about mateship, so ultimately that's who we are, and that hasn't changed. That's our culture. So it's just grown from that sort of thing.
And just quickly before I pass it over to Brett, I did notice the first thing that drew my eye when I walked into the club room is the big picture wall, and I think that sort of really exemplifies what you're saying, essentially, as what Bulleen Templestowe is. No question there, just sort of letting you know, like, that's my observation, yeah.
Every single person that walks in to Tedajani Reserve is as important as everyone else. Like, yeah, we're a community, and that's... I'm a bit nervous here, boys, talking about getting emotional. I've got goosebumps now. Goosebumps. It's just great, yeah. So we're all just loving it. We're all having a real crack, and, yeah, which is what it's about.
Cool.
I suppose one of the things from my point of view when I look at, so my role is to analyse the sides and see them. So I look around and I go, we picked this ground, we picked this game because I believe these are the two sides that are ready to go and take the next step. And that's not to say anything, that doesn't guarantee anything. That's just to say the analysis that we've looked at. We've spoken about your reserves, but your under-19's undefeated on top.
Yep.
All right, and that's your key. Secondly, I think you're quite easily the youngest senior side in the competition with an enormous amount of really raw youth. So I've looked at your bigs are all young and raw. You've got some real experience from the Bulleen boys that have come in who are they're Bulleen Premiership players,
yep.
2 of them, so that also helps. But it just looks to me that there seems to be the right feel amongst the group. Now, whether it's this year or the next year, it seems to be that you've built, as you said, the foundations of a group that, being as young as they are, can not just go to the next step, but can stay and continue to build a culture and a bit of a history within the club. Would you agree?
100%. There's a bit of that clutch factor. A lot of returning Bullants juniors as well, that have played in higher leagues. But we've got that little bit of clutch where they seize the moment. On the Sticker brothers as well, as good as off the field as on in terms of, they get around to all the old Bullants. And there's been absolutely amazing addition. Their old man Dave is a character that you might have met at some point. Yeah, and then we've got, it's just all been, in terms of the recruiting, Andrew Verger's been absolutely amazing, but it's also the players inviting down their mates as well. We've got a couple of boys from Ivanhoe, which are really impressed, Tom Rattray and Simerson. So it's just a big sort of team effort, recruiting, and players are wanting to come to the Bullants.
I suppose one of the questions I wanted to ask the coach today, but I'll see if the president's been sitting in on selection. How do we stop Stump?
Yes, well,
he's only one player, don't get me wrong. I can't reveal
all, but there are some plans in place. I will say that. And this player that we have can fly, can jump. So I'll just say that because he's very good aerially.
He is.
He's amazing to watch, and how Warrandyte are moving the ball just right through the middle, and they look for Stump, and he launches. So it's got some exciting stuff. But yeah, our backline's very cohesive. We've got a shadow down there in Baruga, Brendan Grolsch. We've got a blanket in Danny Moore. So he's just going to be all over his opponent. So, it can take a whole defence to beat a gun and everyone else. So,
I seriously...
but I'm a bit worried. He's a gun. He's actually going out with the daughter of a premiership teammate of mine from Bullants. So it's all sort of connected.
So that was one of that was one of my questions I was going to ask. Tell us about your history. Can you give us a bit of a rundown on your history here at the club?
The club?
Yeah.
So we're 50 years old, so we've won 6 flags. We rose to the top of the VAFA there in 84. We won the B grade flag. So we've got a really, really rich VAFA history there. So,
what about you personally?
Me personally, played most of my footy here at Bulleen Temp. Had a summer romance there in Darwin, where I played for Nightcliff against a young Cyril Rioli, which is the fastest thing I've ever felt on a footy field. And then I got a bit cheeky with a retired Darryl White. He was outmarked by a young teammate, and he's just grabbed me by the neck like that. And I've got, sorry, Mr. White. So played pretty much most of my football here. So, yeah. I actually, I went and played for Jura. I do have one regretting football because I was captain of this club and I absolutely love this club, and I went up there and they welcomed me in. They welcomed me as one of home, and then we were a chance to make finals, and then I came back and I burnt Jura, which that's my regretting football. They welcomed me, but that's my love for Bulleen Temp. I just had to come back because of the love. But yeah, anyway, so now the world knows that anyway.
Because I coached against Bulleen Temp in 1990. How about that? When they were in the Ammos.
Which club?
I was coaching Yarra Valley at that stage.
Right.
And we played here.
Yowies?
Yes. We played here, and I actually had a very good win, so that's
you just wanted to shoehorn that in.
One of the few. But I always remembered when I was here that the old boy community was massive.
Yep.
Like even back then, we had a big crowd, and it was a big old boys crowd. There was a lot of people that came who'd been involved with the club for a long time, and I thought to myself, this is a really good club because of the way they've been able to to develop that. And it looks to me, just by looking today, I recognise I bumped into Timmy Pulse here, and Pulsey, I coached at Templestowe, so I knew him from there as well. And
his son Tyler took the game-saving mark at the end there.
And, it's fantastic to see that you're able to bring these guys back, and that is what part of these sort of clubs is really important, is the continuing the history of the club and letting the young guys see that there's a rich history and then creating their own. Would you agree?
100%. It's, past, present and future, and to get a feel for it, and that's footy, and that's our responsibility to let them know of our proud history. And it's that Bullant pride, and you want that to come out in how they play, like that Bullant spirit. So it's just sort of never go up, just straight for the ball, just absolutely go for it, just power on, Bullant spirit.
Absolutely.
I'm rambling on a bit, sorry.
No, just one final one before we let you go, because you are a busy man and we appreciate the time you've given us, Shivsy. The connection between the senior and junior club, has that strengthened ever since you've made the move to the EFNL? Because there's some talented juniors coming through that are playing for the 19s that have come into the senior lineup in recent history as well.
100%, and it gets back to that frothy on the fence. Like the junior parents are keen to come down, and that social aspect, and it's all sort of come on from that as well. Harry Harris, who we've done lots of workshops this year with elite retirees, with AFL players, skill sessions and all that sort of stuff. So they have their Sunday nights in here as well, and it's absolutely legendary. It's full to the brim. So bonds are strong and building as well.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Bulleen Templestowe in action today, and what the future holds for the Bullants, whether that be at the Division 4 level or no doubt at higher levels as well in years to come. Thanks so much for joining us in the pre-game shift season, and good luck today. Enjoy Past Players Day as well.
Thanks, boys. Have a great call. Cheers.
Thanks there to Greg Chibbers for joining us in the build-up to this massive contest, Jared, and he's done a magnificent job with the Bullants ever since they've made the move across to the EFNL as well, and we're looking forward to seeing them once again in action today. Your first time out here at Tedajani, I think.
Yes, absolutely. And I did, the first thing I noticed coming in here, it's a really nice venue. It's pretty cozy, but it's also got that cauldron-like atmosphere to it as well. I can imagine a smallish crowd could sound very big here when the game's intensity ramps up.
It's an unusual ground because it's kind of like hidden amongst the suburbs, and you don't really notice it from anywhere. So that's why it's become it's a great facility and a great ground.
It is certainly a fantastic facility, but we're going to change tact and talk all things Warrandyte, because their new senior coach, Jake Whitling, has been good enough to join us in the build-up to this massive 1v2 clash in Division 4. Thanks so much for joining us, Jake.
Much appreciated, boys. Thanks for having me.
How are the boys in the club feeling ahead of this contest going up against the Bulleen Templestowe side that's been in some good form in recent weeks?
We're very excited for, obviously, a massive day, perfect day to play football, so that's what I'm sort of telling our boys. What an opportunity.
Yeah.
We're on top, they're second. As just mentioned, of really hit form, amazing result last week. So, we're going to have to be at our best today.
Yourself, Jake, it's your first season as a head coach. Of course, spent many years with Doncaster East and played I think, in both the premierships in 2018 and 2019 there. How have you found both taking on a senior coaching role and being involved with the Warrandyte Football Club this year?
Obviously, very different, but something I'm really thoroughly enjoying every part of it. And I think the biggest surprise coming down to Warrandyte was the depth and actually the quality of the young kids we have, and just sort of fostering that, bringing in sort of a game style that can benefit us and the sort of list we have. So it's been really enjoyable and something this week to week has its challenges, but is very, very fun.
Paul Donoghue, obviously having left recently, what were you wanting to bring over from his style of coaching, his style of leading the troops, and what sort of way were you wanting to bring your own style? Like, where do you find the difference, and how do you feel it's been contiguous with Warrandyte as a playing group?
I think, obviously you watch the footage and all the thing on their games last year. Yeah. Very competitive. They're good around stoppage. I wanted to bring probably a bit more of a transition style game, get us attacking and opening up. Obviously, we've got some really good weapons up forward to use like that, and probably a bit more of a running style, what I'm sort of used to playing and what I did as a player. So tying that all together with the playing list, obviously you can't put everything you need to list for it. So we've been building that from November, and slowly we're getting better and better.
Absolutely, and having a look at Gabriel Stumpfer, of course, the path that he's taken throughout his footy. Obviously, he's been in the Coach Talent League and such. You don't see too many people with his kind of resume playing at a Division 4 club, I suppose, or at least not as many as you do get in the higher divisions. So, what do you think that says about Warrandyte itself and his connection with the club?
It was a huge. He obviously played the one game last season, but it was a huge re-signing for us to keep a guy of that calibre that was playing Coach League for the last 2 seasons. Everyone knows his sort of draft camp numbers and all that sort of thing. And a lot about our culture, what we're building at Warrandyte, to have a guy to play to his strengths and enjoy football with his mates back at his home club. And in saying that, we've been able to bring many more back. Charlie Sizer from North Ringwood, Hunter Hodgson from Park Orchards, who's injured but will be back later in the year, and Darcy Blakely from the Northern League, as you know, from Greensboro. So have those guys is a massive statement for a Division 4 club, and we've got plenty more in Division 1 and Premier that we hope to get back eventually too.
Just briefly before I handball it over to Davo, Darcy Blakely, and I did see him last year as well, he showed patches of brilliance with Greensboro in the Northern League. What's he brought both on and off the field with that experience at a Div 1 level?
He's just, he's still very young. He's 21, 22. Obviously played the whole year at Greensboro in the top division there. He's just brought sort of mid and forward craft, very powerful at a stoppage, gives us a different look, and as you'll see him out there today, he really stands out for us and just gives us a weapon inside and out.
I was saying before to the president of Bulleen Temp that in the analysis I've done of this competition, these are the 2 sides to me that look ready to go to the next level. That doesn't mean they are, but I'm just saying they are. And the reason being for me is I can't believe how young both the sides are. It's just incredible to see. I mean, Bulleen Temple are actually younger than you guys, and I analyse you, and you're very young as well, with a couple of good experienced players in there. But what I've been most impressed with your group, and it has stood out this year in the vision that I've looked at, I really like the way you're moving the footy. It's not a 4th division style of moving the football. You transition from defence. If you didn't know that Warrandyte were playing 4th division, you'd say, is that a 2nd division way that teams are playing? Because you've got a left and a right footer on half-backs that both are clean, they both use the ball well. Your ability to hit targets and create spread and run is exceptional. And then, of course, you've got a key forward, 2 key forwards, but Beasley, we can't forget him. You've got 2 key forwards that are very, very handy, and they straighten you up. But I think it's your back half transition that it looks like you've worked really hard on to not only get the ball forward, but I think they then push up and defend really well to stop opposition getting any outside 50 ball back into their forward line. Is that what you've really worked hard on?
I'd agree with that. Yeah, you want to play a style that is above Division 4. I guess that's what I wanted to do coming down as well. And as you guys would see, the standard of Premier Division now, the way that they do move the ball off the half-back. Coming from Doncaster East, they're doing it really well this year, sitting 3rd. Ryan's doing an amazing job this season. But you see the other sides, Rowville, East Ringwood, Blackburn, Ball, and they all do it. There's no reason other teams can't do it lower down, but it is about instilling it early from November and having players that are playing that system, and over time it gets better and better. But about your point about sides that want to go up, I'd agree Division 4 is really, really good this season. Really even at the top 5 as well. Bulleen Temp, obviously, with their 1-pointers and juniors, are well placed, and we see ourselves like that too. Got the 19s sitting 2nd, our 2's undefeated, so Peter Sharpie in the 19s and Adam Hall, who serves as an assistant for me as well, do an amazing job. You need all that on board with continuity, which makes my role easier to come in and implement that game plan, because I need that buy-in of the whole group.
And the other thing is, I mean, it's a very proud club. This is a unique club because they're a little bit on the outside of the, I suppose, the physical parameters of the Eastern Football League. Their home ground is, I used to hate coaching against Warrandyte at that ground, because have they cut that tree down above the goals yet? I mean, that is just ridiculous.
I think it's down there.
It's down there. But look, everything about the ground, and you play it so well. But what that also says to me is that you've designed a style of football that not only can play there, but can play small and allows you to play finals.
Exactly right, yeah.
And it's a credit to a first-year coach to be able to come in and do that. I know you've played high-level football, but still to be able to come in and demonstrate and teach players to do that is a credit to yourself and what you've been able to do. The addition of your Blakely, who is, for me, his first 5 outside the contest is elite.
Yep, I agree.
I think Nelson, another country boy that's come into the competition, off half-back, another one who's really good. And you've got, while he's not he wouldn't do very well in the AFL because he can't jump too high, but you're hating your ruckman.
Yep.
Competitive at the contest, but super smart in his ability to cover the ground and where to go and what to do through his experience. That all really helps the group as well, is this mix of young, exciting players, but you've brought in some real experience that's been really handy as well.
Exactly right. You need that, and we are young. We've got 7 under 19 qualified out here today for us. So 3 of those have come in this season. Jack Ribas, Sam Olsen, Will Gribas as well have played 19s this season. The other guys filtered through last year, which has really helped as well. But to have that experience, like you mentioned, Big Tex, Will Nelson off half-back, Lockie Pollock has come back.
Yep.
He had the compound fracture of his arm last year and missed the whole season. I've always said to people at the club, you'll see the sort of the way he can run as well. To keep himself and get super fit after such a bad injury is such a great sort of learning curve for anyone at the club. That he's come in and he's playing off half-back as well. He's been able to not only shut people down but run off, and then he adds to that experience mix to help these young kids go along as well.
And can you just tell me a little bit about young Sterling? It's his first senior game, is that correct?
Is he?
I see.
He's
Bulleen Temp.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong list. Sam Olsen is the one I was looking at.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about him.
So Sam's come in over the last couple of games. He was probably the best player over the 19s for about 7 or 8 games. So he's a crafty mid forward, very clean on the ball, uses it really well, and he's deserved his spot in the team. And that's guys like that coming in has really helped us just sort of continue on. We've had injuries like every club does, but we've been able to have guys like him come in, guys like Jack Roberts come in, even a guy like Kyle Appleby's come in the last couple of weeks, have to play 8 reserves games and really get form. But because of those guys having to get that form, they've come in and really applied themselves at senior level.
And that looks to me to be the little bit of the change that we've seen in Warrandyte, is the fact that I looked at how many players that I know can play football have actually come back through the reserves. That says that the culture that you've set says, hey, we don't give games to anybody. If you want to play in the ones, you've got to be playing one standard football. And is that something you've really worked hard at?
And that comes down to, obviously, with Peter in the 19s, Hawley with the reserves, is that total buy-in from the club. And my vision for it is we want the best 22, and that 22 is the ones that put the club where we want it to go and where we think it deserves to go. You're going to have to work hard to not only get in but stay in as well. So we have the depth, so we have to use it. And
lastly from me, what is it about Bulleen Temp that you're looking at today that you know you're going to have to combat?
Without probably giving away too much about matchups and game style and all that sort of thing, it's no secret they start really well. So we saw that firsthand in round 6. They jumped us by 7 goals. So we were good enough to come back and get in their game, but we're going to have to be on early. What I'll be looking for is us playing a Warrandyte brand as early as we can, standing up on obviously a big day, big occasion, because it probably doesn't get any more finals like outside of the finals than this. And I used to love that as a player, and I'll put that onto my boys today.
Absolutely. Has the urge ever come back to pull on the boots once again and potentially play for Warrandyte this season, Jay?
I mean, when you look at this ground and out there today, it's pretty hard not to. But 37 now, probably don't have too much to prove, but I've got so much to prove as a coach. So I'm all in on that. Enjoying every moment of it. It takes a lot of energy as well. So while it would be good to still have a kick, I'm all in on the coaching.
Well, if you had a game today, you and Tim Johnson could actually stand and talk about the old days, couldn't you?
The old day, there's a Vermont boy coming in as well. So I think he's... I played probably in a prelim against him as well. So, they've obviously added funds from Bulleen and Vermont now. So
but you have plenty of experience. And one of those experienced players coming to the club this year, Harrison Taylor, who has played a lot of country footy as well. I think played Prahran a couple of years back as well. How's he slotted into the group, and what's his experience provided as well?
He's been awesome for us. He's just a really good, solid midfielder in that 30 age bracket that we probably didn't have too much at the club.
Yeah.
He's once again not obviously a junior or anything, but he's got ties with people at the club. Just his leadership on and off the field, keeps himself in amazing condition, and drove sort of our pre-season early from that. So much so that he comes straight into our leadership group. So having a guy like that, he was away for a few weeks and we probably missed him, but he's come back in the last couple of weeks, and we look forward to him out there today.
One last one from me. Owen Pisani is a player that I've sort of had my eye on a little bit. What can you tell us about him?
So Owen come over with Darcy as well, and Bailey Blakely from Greensborough. He hadn't played seniors there before, but once again he's 21. And as I mentioned to the boys, if you're playing that standard of football and you just haven't played seniors at Greensborough, it doesn't mean, it's a quality club that has really good depth. And we saw he's got a really good left boot. He's good on the wing, and that's sort of how I played on a wing. So playing him there and just giving him that freedom to play his natural game, he's come in and he's been really, really good for us.
I was going to say, the Greensborough as a club is certainly strong, particularly through their 19s and junior ranks as well. But the division overall, and you alluded to it before, the top 5 sides in particular, what have you made of it coming in with a fresh set of eyes, haven't been at higher levels for most of your playing career?
To be honest, it's been impressive, I think, Division 4 standard this year. And not like an overall surprise, as I saw how our boys were over the pre-season.
Yeah.
But no secret, Fair Park recruited really, really well. Kilsyth are really good on their day, and we played them, we took out a draw, and you could see their DNA and the way they want to play really early. Obviously, Churnside's been a benchmark for years, and Bulleen Temp has grown every single week. And from where they probably were when they entered last year to now is really rapid improvement. So I think in this division, you have to be improving. You have to, we need to continue to get better, and we've got to be better today.
Absolutely. Well, you're a busy man, Jack. We appreciate the time you've given to us in the pre-game and the build-up to what is a big 1v2 contest out here at Tedajani Reserve. Thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on a great start to coaching life, and good luck this weekend and for the remainder of the season as well.
Thanks, boys. Good luck for the call.
Thanks to Jake Whitling there for joining us, and what a job he's done, the two-time Doncaster East Premiership player as well. And we're looking forward to seeing what he provides from a coaching side of things this year, this weekend, Davo.
And we say it every week, and I'm going to say it again. Aren't we blessed at the moment with some people that really know their stuff? I mean, here's a guy who's come along. I didn't know much about him. I knew about him as a player, but I didn't know much about him when it comes to coaching. But has he got a really good coaching philosophy? And as I said, I watch Vision. I watch the way they play their football, and they are easily the best styled playing group in the competition.
They did look pretty good, and thank God BWS wasn't in the pre-game as well. Because
he just popped
I've just noticed his head pop in before.
He's probably grabbed Whitling on the way out.
I was going to say
talk about Doncaster.
And if we'd had Brash in here with Johnson as well, we would never have got anything out of the.
We would have had pre-game covered with Johnson and Brash and BWS and Jake Whitling. But we're going to go to our first break here for the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll take a look around the grounds in an important weekend across the divisions.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Tedajani Reserve, the Taj, for a 1v2 clash out here in Division 4 between Bulleen, Templestowe and Warrandyte for this week's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Josh Ward here alongside Jarrett Beanland and Brett Davidson. And we're going to take a quick look around the grounds, of course. Round 13, Week 2 in Premier Division this weekend, and Round 14 for Divisions 1, 2 and 4. Round 15 for the Division 3 Senior Men's competition. So we're officially into the final month of the season for Division 3, and there's a big contest which we'll touch on a little bit later. Let's start at the top with Premier Division. Of course, South Belgrave are playing Roval, and we've got some news are laid out for South Belgrave. One gunner goes out, and that's Taylor, and Mitch Garner is a late in. We've got our guy Ray Baird out there at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve, no doubt kissing babies' heads and shaking hands and getting the first-class treatment. I heard recently he even got the red carpet treatment whenever, I think it might have even been when he came out here to watch Bulleen Templestowe take on Doncaster, so no doubt he's getting the red carpet treatment.
Around
I saw the picture of him on the throne. I thought, my goodness, that says it all about our young Ray. Look at him there.
Oh, he looks glorious.
King Ray.
Oh, my word.
All hail King Ray. Again, I still think too many angry face emojis. We know how much he loves it. But the more important game is taking place at Vermont Recreation Reserve. The unveiling of their new rooms out there as well, and driven past them a fair few times over the last couple of weeks. They look magnificent, and the Eagles are hosting Bulleen today in a 6th versus 7th clash out at Vermont. A chance for the Eagles to move equal on points with Berwick and Blackburn, a chance for Bulleen to move 2 points behind either of those sides. This is a crucial 8-point game out at Vermont Rec Reserve, Davo.
It is. Is there going to be a sugar hit with the changing coach? It's hard to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's going to happen in that situation? But I think, for me, I'm going to stay with Vermont at Vermont. I see they brought Barshramov back in, but through the reserves.
Interesting.
He is actually listed in the senior lineup this week, so he must be a late in.
He must be a late in because he was definitely listed in the reserves. So he's back in the side, and so is Wiedemann. I think Wiedemann was back in.
Yep.
That certainly helps straighten them up, and they've been playing some pretty decent football. And I'm going to go with Vermont. I think Vermont. They're going to be a little bit too strong, and they like playing in front of the big game for the big moment, and it's certainly one today with their opening of their rooms and everything.
Equally for Bulleen though, Jared, they regained some pretty good players into their lineup. The two levers, Josh Pollock, Stephen Slimming and Caden Schreiber, their 5 inclusions for this weekend.
Huge
ends, aren't they?
Yeah, Josh Pollock is going to provide a really interesting foil for Wiedemann and Barshramov both coming back in. I'm fascinated to see how that game is going to unfold. Miller has been getting some more games into him, Leonard as well. These are important players for Bulleen. I'm just not sure if they've had the recent cohesiveness or the cohesion throughout their list selection to be able to play that ball and footy that we know that they can. And Vermont, they're really starting to iron out a very distinct style that we saw at Berwick for a first couple of quarters until the game devolved into an almighty scrap, which still a credit to Vermont as well. They were able to play that sort of style also. I think it's going to be very tricky for Bulleen to get a hold of Vermont. The smaller ground won't necessarily trouble them, but I don't think they quite have the games into their important players that, or the games into the system that they are trying to build around these important players that they would have hoped. And a new coach, sugar hit, yes, but it's still a challenge, I think, for Leo Barry to take on Vermont.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, the two Levers and Stephen Slimming, they last played when we saw them on King's birthday out of the Pat Wright Senior Oval. Josh Pollux has played a bit of VFL footy with Richmond and surprisingly, in my opinion, has been dropped from that side. And I'm not too sure when Caden Schreiber last played. In fact, he last played in round 10 against Blackburn. So that's a fairly lengthy time on the sidelines where you look at Wiedemann, he's been out for a little bit. Joe Fisher, I think, only missed their most recent game against Roval out at Seabeck Oval, and you obviously bring in Harry Banfield, who again missed that game out at Seabeck, and Ian Batramov missed only a couple of games. So I think you're right, Jared. I think that cohesiveness, the nutting down on their game style for Vermont will hold them in good stead, and I expect they'll get over the line. And I think it's safe to say we'll all be backing in Roval, who gets some good ins this weekend. Tyson Struck and Jordan Jaworski as well.
Definitely. I think they'll be too good.
South Belgrave do gain Deacon Smith, a VFL listed player as well, from Casey Demons for his first game of the season as well, I'm pretty sure. So they'll get a little bit of a lift. Will the Saints? Division 1, and there's two really important games this week. And the first three games, just quick tips on these ones. Bayswater, Boronia, Beaconsfield take on Moorabah, and Norwood take on Montrose. There was a bit of talk about Montrose, Norwood potentially being a roughie. I think a lot of us on the Friday podcast said that Norwood would have been our roughie of the week. I was the lucky one and got them as the roughie of the week, and I'm no longer friends with Blake Tennant. But I think we'll back in Montrose, Beaconsfield and Boronia in all three of those games, Davo.
Yeah, I am. I'm presuming that just by looking at the list again, I haven't seen it fully, but I'm presuming Big O's out of Montrose, and that is going to be a huge out.
It is.
I mean, it's not like they have a ready-made second ruck who's dominant, so that is going to be a big out. But Collier Dawkins coming back in last week certainly helps them, and I think they'll be too strong for Norwood, but Norwood have certainly lifted their game and have been pretty strong. I think Boronia will be too strong for Bayswater. Beaconsfield, Moorabah. That's an interesting one for me.
Okay, yeah.
Which Moorabah turns up?
Well, I mentioned on the podcast, it wouldn't surprise me if they went from scoring 142 points last weekend to scoring 30 or 40 points.
I agree with that. And I think the one thing is Beaconsfield know that they want to play finals.
Yeah.
So they're going to be playing well enough to be able to get up there.
100%.
Yep. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to waste time by umming and ahhing about these results.
Nah, I'm not going to disagree either. But the two important games, and let's start with the top of the table clash as well out of Combi Reserve. And it sees North Ringwood take on Montana South. The Saints regain some troops after missing some last weekend. Lachlan O'Donnell comes back in. Michael Loco, Ben Livingston. They've got their young ruck, Jaden Lawrence, to go up against Jake Dinez. Ryan Fitzpatrick does go out, but I did see his name listed in the reserves this weekend, actually, which is a little bit of a surprise. He'd still been performing pretty well. The Devils don't make any changes heading into this game and had, of course, a great victory over Montrose to move 2 points behind North Ringwood in second place on the table. It's a good opportunity for the Devils who get some continuity, Jared, whereas North Ringwood, they'll be really happy to regain some troops this weekend.
I think North Ringwood are just too good all over the ground. I mean, you talk about the stars coming back like a Loco. O'Donnell, perhaps not quite a recognised star, but God, he is such a good defender. Doesn't get recognised enough, I don't think. And then looking at them against Mitcham, you've got your players like Dunn, Walker, Sin. These players that they're not a Leach as well. Again, they're not players we talk about that much, but whenever they get the ball, things happen. They're important links in the chain when they go on transition, North Ringwood. And I'm not sure if Warrandyte, Montana South necessarily have the bottom six to compete with a Premiership favourite contender, sort of North Ringwood at the moment. I think as well with those additions to the backline for North Ringwood, it could take a lot of the power out of the strength of Wantirna South, which is their diversity of goal scorers.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think Hewitt out's massive for Wanty South. And the areas that North Ringwood lacked last week didn't have the defensive pressure that could stop the tall Mitcham forwards. They do get it back this week. Didn't have a key target that they could really aim up for. They get him back this week. I think they're going to be too strong, and I think I'm a big rat for Wanty South, and they will play finals. But it wouldn't surprise me today that North Ringwood have a decent win.
Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me, especially in these conditions. I think that they're beautiful conditions out at Quamby. They like to play that ground well, and I think they might be able to come in with a good 5 or 6 goal win in this game.
Yeah, I think so as well, and I've backed them in with their inclusions. Although, as I mentioned, it's good to have a bit of continuity, particularly this time of year leading into the final third of the season and heading into a big contest. But I expect that'll be enough for North Ringwood to get over the line with their inclusions this week. And then the final game, Mitcham take on Park Orchards out of Walker Park. This is the definition of an 8-point game, and an impossible game to tip. As I hear a random supporter out there suggesting who he's going for. But both sides in some really good form. The Tigers impressive last weekend in the match of the round. We saw Park Orchards 2 or 3 weeks ago now, and really good against Montrose. Can they claim the big scalp of Mitcham out of Walker Park, Davo?
Well, I haven't seen who's in and out. Can you tell me who's in and out?
There's some handy inclusions for the Sharks. Jay Whitnish, Liam Taylor come back in. Tom Rees and Liam Webb as well come into the lineup. For the Tigers, Ryan McConnell, Flynn Maguire, Jaya Leach, and Jake Parenti's playing his first senior game of the season as well. So, but they do lose Hamish Gill as well, who's not their best player, but still a handy player to have in their lineup.
I thought they were brilliantly coached last week. I thought they played a great style of football, and they took advantage of the weaknesses in the list at that time for North Ringwood. Parenti's going to be a hard man to stop because he has got X factor, and they need that. Not that they didn't. Last week they had some X factor up forward. I think they're going to be too strong. Park Orchards, some really good ins and are playing really solid football, but I think at Mitcham, Mitcham will be too strong.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. I think Mitcham, the addition of Parenti, you don't want them to get too Parenti conscious, especially if he hasn't quite got the speed of the game down pat just yet coming back into the side. However, I think a side that's gone up to Premier Division, learnt a lot of lessons, understood some of the switching of the gears that have to happen during high pressure games, and being able to execute on that sort of changing styles as things develop. I think they'll be able to take on Park Orchards here. I think they'll be able to understand what's working and what's not working, what Park Orchards will have them covered. And also, I honestly think their backline, they held up really well against some very fast transition play by North Ringwood last week. And that's what Park Orchards' strength is on the smaller ground. Not sure if the Sharks will have the space to be able to move the ball in such a way that will leave Mitcham vulnerable.
I'll tell you what, I am looking forward to seeing the contest between the two ruckmen.
That's going to be good.
Baglivar and
Chappelle, I think it is.
Chappelle.
Yeah.
Let's just say you could just put them out on the wing and just let them go at each other, because I tell you what, there'll be no holds barred in that situation. They're gonna have a fair crack at each other, those two.
No, looking forward to seeing how that contest pans out. I have backed in Mitcham as well, particularly with their forward line options in comparison to Park Orchards. They still have Lewis Downey, but probably not a greater spread in terms of goal kicking personnel, although they did show that against Montrose a couple of weeks ago. I just think Mitcham have a bit too much firepower. Division 2 we'll turn the page to, and I want to focus a little bit on Lilydale Templestowe out at the Lilydale Sports Oval, because it is second versus fourth, and we all know what happened at Templestowe Reserve earlier in the season. Ryan Long and Ray Baird were knocked out of the survivor tipping competition, and Lilydale were victorious in a surprise back then out at Templestowe Reserve. Can they pull off the upset again, Dave? I don't think they can, because Mitchner comes back in for the Dockers. The Falcons do only make one change. Jackson Lee also back in for Templestowe. I think those inclusions should help them get over the line.
That is what gets them over the line. I think you're talking about the best big man in that competition. In the way he uses his hands is sensational. Lilydale, they got back on the scoreboard last week, which with a very, very good win. I think at Lilydale it's going to be difficult, but I'm tipping Templestowe to continue to roll on.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Templestowe, they've started to settle a little bit into the season after a bit of a tricky run there that saw them lose to Lilydale and have a few closer games than perhaps they would have liked, say against an East Burwood, for example. I think Templestowe, look, if there's anything they're going to get beaten by, it's the shape of the ground. Yeah. And the fact that Lilydale will obviously know how to play that well, but I think Dockers have a little bit too much quality.
But even then, guys like... you could say Marcus Young, but Mick Fogarty, Byron Mitchell, all their midfield, Josh Warren will enjoy the confined space.
True.
Well, Mitchell, no, he won the second division medal playing all his footy at Lilydale, so he'll know all about that ground.
He sure will. Some of the other games, Waverley Blues Scoresby, a little bit interesting. A lot on the line for the Waverley Blues. Pretty much have to win out from here on in if they are to play finals, and it starts this weekend against the Scoresby side, who have their tails up, so much so that I've even backed them this weekend, because I just think they're performing really well and have improved as the season's gone by, Jared.
Yeah, I think Scoresby could actually beat Waverley Blues here. I've not been particularly impressed by the way Waverley Blues have gone about some of their results. Getting thumped by Mulgrave is just not twice now. Yeah. It's just not a great look for a team that should, by all rights, be shooting for a final spot. Going down to Lilydale, of course. Beating East Burwood, yes, but that should be expected of them. I think Scoresby, they're in great form, and they're now starting to get some goals out of a Bailey Thompson, out of a Liam Malone. It's not just, obviously, about Adam Amin down there. I think it's really starting to click for them, and while they're not going to make finals, these are important games to make sure they avoid relegation.
Yeah, I think the problem at the moment in Waverley Blues is they can't score.
Yep.
Yeah.
I watched the vision against Mulgrave, and I actually thought they played very, very well. Their transition out of defence was excellent. They actually used the ball incredibly well. They just weren't able to convert to score, whereas Mulgrave were able to convert to score. Scoresby, I don't want to be rude, but take away the win last week. Not so much the win, but the
final quarter.
Yeah, the final quarter. Heathmont did not have had no one on the bench at all from the 12-minute mark of the third quarter. So no one on the bench.
Yeah.
And Mullinger
played forward
or on the bench nearly the whole game because he was injured as well. So they did well to win, and the players you said did play well. Bailey Thompson, 3 goals. Malone was good. Their midfield was really good as well. I thought, once Appleby went out of the game in the last quarter, but they were running on fumes. Heathmont, they had nothing, and all of those players that came off are out.
Yeah,
they lost Ecketts in the first 2 minutes of the game.
That doesn't help.
So he came off the ground. Then they lost the guy that was on Amin, Amin had not touched the ball. He came off the ground early in the second quarter, out. They had some reasons, but what it also does is it says to Heathmont today that they're going to struggle big time against Mulgrave, and I think Mulgrave, they do like playing at Heathmont as well. They've played some good games there, so that'll be they're going to have a tough game up against them today, I think, Heathmont.
Well, that's the next game I was going to touch on. I think Mulgrave, it's safe to say, should get over the line, because Heathmont had been putting in some really great performances until, unfortunately, last weekend, where, as you mentioned, Dave, it sounded like they did have their injuries as well, and it's unfortunate because they were starting to progress a little bit and be competitive against some of the top sides in the division.
Well, they were still leading at three-quarter time.
Yeah.
So even though they had all the players, they were still leading.
It's a pretty fair effort.
They just didn't have anything left, and that happens in our divisions. You take don't have a bench in our competition in that division, you're going to struggle against anybody, to be honest.
Unfortunately. The final two games, Croydon against Ringwood, could be potentially Dale's struggle despite the conditions on hand. I think the Blues get over the line. Could we see a Ringwood upset? I just can't see them scoring enough against Croydon.
That's been their issue, hasn't it?
Yeah, for so long.
And Croydon have been sneaky. They're crawling along quite nicely. So, I think they'll be good. I think they'll win that game.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreements there. I think Croydon, they're probably finals bound unless a disaster strikes. Should beat Ringwood.
And just quickly, before I get on a tangent about this game, East Burwood and Surrey Park at East Burwood Reserve. I think the Panthers get over the line. Ben Woodford, Jack Marn back into the lineup, and James Monk's also back into this lineup.
They are looking. That is the strongest side they've put on the park for the year, I reckon. They look really, really strong at this stage, and while East Burwood have been surprisingly really competitive against a lot of sides, just not been able to get over the line.
Yeah.
This could be a bridge too far against a team that, if those boys can all stay in and in form and build up a bit of form, that just makes them an even harder side to beat as the season goes on. They're really impressive, especially Marn.
Yeah,
Marn and Woodfall in the ruck. That combination just changes that whole structure of that side, and it releases Williams. It does a lot of things.
It does.
It's really, really important for them.
Yeah, no disagreements here. Surrey Park for me.
Division 3, and the game of note is 1v3 out of Batterum Reserve, and it sees the Basin take on Domvale. The Bears bring back Lachlan Cripps. Jack Lavender also comes in, but Domvale, they lose Jonathan Vathakos, but James Rouser, their skipper, Dylan Sinisic also comes back in. Still missing probably a couple of players. I know Harry Giles and Ethan Duncan. I don't know if they're playing reserves. They did a couple of weeks ago when they played Sylvan, but I've tipped the Basin in this game. I just have that funny feeling out at Batterum Reserve as well. This is their best opportunity, Davo, to knock off Domvale, I reckon.
You and I are thinking pretty much alike. I think it's the biggest chance to knock them off. They haven't been in fantastic form. Rouser's a big plus. Vathakos had a huge game last week or the week before where he really racked up the possessions. Sinisic is a nice player to come in, young kid. But I just think the Basin need it more than Domvale do, and I think they'll get over the line just.
Yeah, it's interesting because we saw that game out Domvale Reserve between the Basin and Domvale. It was really disappointing to see a Basin team that was a little bit threadbare in terms of the options they had. Lucas Gibbons, Bailey Sisweta, those are Lockie Kruger.
Nick
Hallow, yes. A lot of players, really important players for the Bears that weren't playing that day. And Domvale, look, the Basin held Domvale really well defensively for periods of time. I think they can do that and actually hurt them on transition today. I'm going to go the safe pick and go with Domvale. I'm not sure if the Basin's best is quite as good as a middling Domvale performance, unfortunately, but that it could be an ambush at the Bear Cave today.
It certainly could be. Just some quick tips on these ones. Ferntree Gully take on Coldstream out of Wally 2 Reserve. I think it could be an interesting contest. I think it's about 6th versus 8th potentially. I've still backed in Coldstream with the way Darcy Fritsch is performing as well, and with their top end players. I think it'll be enough to get them over the line at Wally 2. Jared?
Yeah, I think Ferntree Gully's best game this year was defeating Coldstream at Coldstream Reserve, but I think Coldstream have just been playing a little bit better now. Took Upper Ferntree Gully to a very close win, or a very close loss, I should say, for Coldstream recently. Yeah, I think Coldstream will hit Ferntree Gully back this time.
Yeah, Coldstream for me, I think they're going to be too strong.
Knox take on Oakley District out at Knox Gardens Reserve. I think Knox get over the line in that game as well, Jared and Davo.
And they need to have a big win.
Yes, they need to have a
really... Don't win by 4 or 5 goals. They need to have a commanding win today.
Yeah, they do. Whitehorse Pioneers take on Sylvan in the final Division 3 game this weekend out at Springfield Park. It was close, I think about 5 or 6 points the last time these two met at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Cats have some good ins. Pisano and Ladd come into the lineup. Whitehorse Pioneers, another 4 changes this weekend. I've still backed in Sylvan, but won't be surprised if the upset happens, Dave, out at Springfield Park.
If it is going to be an upset, that's where it'll be. It'll be at Whitehorse because the ground is difficult to play on. But I think Sylvan, if they want to be playing finals and they want to be playing deep into finals, these are the games they have to win, and they have to win well. So I'm going to tip them. But as you said, Josh, it would not surprise me if Whitehorse do something and just they're there for nuisance value and they create a bit of an upset.
Sylvan for me, but again, it has to be convincing. It can't be a close win here for Sylvan. It's got to be by 5 to 10 goals for against the team that's in Whitehorse's position.
And then finally, Division 4. Obviously, we've got the game out here at Tedajani Reserve, which we'll take a bit of a deep dive into before this. Just around when this reserves game finishes, the tossing on it is Warrandyte 15-5-95, leading Bulleen Templestowe 4-3-27 with 4.5 minutes left in the last quarter. So the Bullants are set to remain undefeated in the reserves competition at the Division 4 level. Nunawading Churnside Park. I think the Panthers get over the line quite convincingly after a disappointing performance last weekend out of Kimberley Reserve, Davo.
Yeah, they're just going to be too strong.
Yeah. Yep. Court North Emlock take on Fair Park. Of course, there was news yesterday that Ben Oakes would be departing the Kangaroos at the end of this season. So, done a great job with the Kangaroos, got them near finals. Obviously, been a little bit disappointing this season, but they faced a Fair Park side that regained some players. John Stewart, Ben Searle, Luke Scott, Oscar Lunny and Kane Church, all their ins this weekend, and they're all 5 really good senior players as well, Davo.
They'd certainly be 5 names that they didn't want to see coming in against them. So I think they're going to potentially come out and it could be a decent win, this one.
Fair Park for mine. Too much quality.
Did hear that John Stewart literally flew into Melbourne. I think he was overseas and he came in on the Thursday. So I do wonder how he's feeling after being back in Melbourne a couple of days. Maybe he's brought the sunshine with him after, I think, being over in Europe. So I do wonder how he'll fare today, getting some run into the leagues this weekend out at Hughes Park. And then the final game, Doncaster take on Forest Hill. Josh Lumachisi comes into the lineup for the Sharks. I expect they'll be too strong out of Trams Reserve as well. They won convincingly when they defeated Forest Hill earlier in the season, Jared, and I expect they'll win quite comfortably here this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. Just continuing to build at Doncaster, obviously after their hiatus. I think it'll be a convincing enough win. They'll take the points, and Forest Hill, unfortunate for them. It's going to be a hard rest of the season.
Yeah, and the Cheese comes back in, and that's I know he's a bit past his best, but he's always a dangerous competitor, and I think Anarchus is still.
I was going to say Lumachisi and Anarchus
in the one side. It brings back some memories, but I think they'll just be too good, and they've done a pretty good job this year in rebuilding and getting themselves into. They can get the 5 or 6 wins for the year, then that's a good start for what they can do next year.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how they go for the remainder of the season. A winnable opportunity this weekend and in a couple of weekends' time facing Nunawading. But we're going to go to another break here. The reserve's just about to finish out here between the Bullants and the Bloods. When we return, the call team will assemble, led by Ben Warren-Smith and Blake Tennant for this Eastland match of the round. The Bullants against the Bloods.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Very good afternoon from Ted Ajani, reserved today for the huge Eastland match of the round clash. It's Division 4 football at its best, and it's Bulleen Templestowe hosting the Warrandyte Football Club today. It's first versus second. Warrandyte have 9 wins for the year, 1 loss and 1 draw. That draw came against Kilsyth. Whilst Templestowe, they also have the 9 wins. They played the extra game with 3 losses. In round 6, it was an 8-point win to Warrandyte down at the Bloodbath. And it's going to be an absolutely huge game out here today. A big out with Midge Wilson not playing for Warrandyte, but we're really looking forward to this clash. It's a sun-drenched Melbourne, perfect weather football in the middle of winter. It doesn't get much better than this. My name is Ben Warren-Smith, and it's great to be back on the team today to call this great game. The Unicorn is in the best spot it can possibly be out here at Ted Ajani, and the players are making their way out onto the ground as the reserves game has just finished up with a big win going to Warrandyte. Let's introduce the team that's ensembled in here. We've got the big guns out here today in the caravan, there's no doubt about that, and joining me in the co-commentator's chair is Blake Tennant this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Blake.
Yes, g'day all listeners, g'day. Good to see you back here, Ben Warren-Smith. It's been a long time, obviously down in Tasmania, of course, doing some great calling positions there. But it's always great coming down here for Division 4, top of the ladder clash as well, which is also even better. I missed the game last week, which I was, I wasn't, I felt like I felt a bit jealous that I wasn't part of the team last time we were here. But yeah, it's good to be back here and calling us alongside you, my friend, too.
Well, for a man who usually wouldn't get out of bed for Division 4, he's certainly got up and about today. There is no doubt about that, and it's a very good afternoon to you in the special comments chair, Wade Bradford.
Shots across the bow very early. Thank you, BWS. Good afternoon, listeners. And yes, I'll have to dare to disagree with you about that, BWS. But I actually, at the presentation night last year, promised Bulleen Temp that I would get down here at some stage this year, and today is the day.
Fantastic to have you on board, mate. And of course, we heard him during the pre-match show, which was fantastic. Listen from the Bulleen Templestowe president and the senior coach of Warrandyte. But it's been great having him back on the team this year, and another afternoon well spent. Can't wait to call this game with you, Brett Davidson.
Looking forward to it, Ben. Thanks very much for having me. And yeah, looking forward to 1v2. As I said in the pre-match, the one thing that I'm looking forward to is the fact that I think these two are the two sides that are best equipped to make the step up.
Yep, I agree.
It doesn't mean they will. I'm just saying they're the best equipped. I think I look at them, they're both young, they've both got key forwards, they've both got key backs. I really like the way they're set up. Jake Whitling has done an enormous job as a first-year coach. And you can definitely see that they play a style of football which is really impressive and really advanced and will take them anywhere. And then you look at the Bulleen Templestowe side, and they are full of some really experienced players that have played in Premier Division Grand Final or Premiership sides, and they've got a really nice mix of youth and experience. And it's going to be great to watch, and I think it'll be a much better Division 4 game that we're watching today. And if you didn't know they were in Division 4, I don't think you'd think they were. That's how good we're going to see today.
Great to have you on board, Dave. And of course, sitting down in the stats chair, and he's also working around the grounds this afternoon. It's a very good afternoon to you, Paul Coney.
Yes, thanks, BWS. It's a wonderful atmosphere out here. 1v2. Couldn't get any better conditions for football, especially at this time of year, and also plenty of other huge games across the EFNL this afternoon, BWS.
Fantastic, mate, and it's a perfect opportunity to go down boundary side for the first time this afternoon. During the middle of winter, usually the pink umbrella comes out and the boys are frozen cold, but today they get to be out in the sunshine, and it's a very good afternoon down boundary side to Josh Ward and Jared Beanland.
Wes, and good afternoon to everyone tuning in. We're looking forward to the contest. Apologies if this is cutting in and out a little bit, but it is perfect conditions for a boundary rider. We're looking forward to covering this game as well. I've got Bulleen Templestowe.
Yeah, gosh, beautiful conditions down here, as you say. The turf, the atmosphere is fantastic as well at the ground level. I've got Bulleen Templestowe in this one as well, but I think it'll be a really close game. I don't doubt that Warrandyte will have a lot to say about this result.
Great stuff, boys. Probably just creep a little bit closer to the caravan to be safer, I think. Blake Tennant, you saw the toss of the coin out in the green.
Yes, Warrandyte won the toss, and they'll be kicking to the right, and then Bulleen Templestowe will be kicking to the hill, which I'm loving this marquee setup on the hill down here on the left. Looking forward. I'm sure they'll be very vocal after half time, I reckon. And
so the Thompson Road end and the Feathertop Road end, is it to the left?
I call it the hill end.
The hill end.
Yeah. I'm loving this marquee setup. I'm sure they're going to be very vocal. Drinking responsibly, I hope. But
one-word answers today, guys. Starting with you, Paul. Who's going to win today?
Bulleen Templestowe by about 10 points.
Davo?
Warrandyte.
Rash?
Bulleen Templestowe.
And here is Blake Tennant to get us underway with the first term. I'm going for Bulleen Temp.
Warrandyte for me. Eastland match of the round here between Bulleen Templestowe and Warrandyte. And of course, Sticker, one of the stickers, and Josh picks that ball up. We'll be hearing that name a lot this afternoon. Of course, his brother Jake won the league best and fairest last year. Warrandyte get the first look of the quarter here. Mark taken, that was by Charlie Sizer. Coming from North Ringwood this year to Warrandyte, being a great pickup. And that one's been intercepted by Simerson. So just on the defensive flank here of Bulleen Templestowe, coming towards the broadcast stand where we are, back in the van today. The mark taken. That was by Michael Watts. Just trying to pick the right rotations, trying to find the right looks here. Early stages of the first quarter. He's going to go back to Sticker. Ball was smothered. Plenty of Warrandyte jumpers around this ball. And a Sticker again just picks it up on the boot. Warrandyte can try and get away with Blake. He gets the hand pass here. This is good ball movement by Warrandyte. And Bulleen Templestowe can try and regroup here with Simerson again. But fumble there. Find the pick up here. That's by Gribus. Can kick the first goal if you don't mind. He does so. Gribus kicks the first for Warrandyte off a turnover, clumsy turnover, and he can kick the goal and put Warrandyte back in front with the first scoring of the day.
They fell asleep there, I thought, Dave. Bulleen Temp, they didn't push across the ground enough with enough players, and they left Warrandyte with too many open players, and that's how the ball ran onto Gribus.
And as I said, one of the things I've really enjoyed about watching Warrandyte when the vision is they move the ball incredibly well for a side in this division. And number 2, watch him, Darcy Blakely, guy from Greensborough, played a lot of senior football. He's got some real skill and ability about him.
Well, Warrandyte draw first blood, no pun intended, as the ball comes out now, scoots out towards the Anderson direction, couldn't quite get a little handball out. Warrandyte surging forward, but a strong tackle there by Oscar Hodgson just to hold the ball up. So we're right in the middle of Tedajani, 2.5 minutes gone in the first term. Warrandyte 1 straight 6, Bulleen Temp yet to score. As the big man Hayton goes after it, had to rove his own football. Takes a lot to pull him down, and Tarongaloo did a pretty good job of doing that. Umpire now starts it. Nicely done that time by Hanrahan. Got the knockdown, but the Bloods at the back have the numbers. Quick kick bouncing up towards the half-forward line. Just sits up, waiting. Breaking the tackle nicely. There was Gribus, got the handball away just in the nick of time, but he's turned it over. Handball now. Michael Watts will link back inside, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. Gilmore and Blakey, strong tackling. The umpire's not going to reward them, and we will have a ball up about 65 metres out from the Warrandyte goal line.
The coach would be very impressed with the way that Warrandyte defended that situation then.
Well, Hanrahan went up untended. Strong tackle there by Hodgson. It spilled out, though, to Anderson. And up and under kicking towards the middle of the ground. To no avail. Sitting underneath it nicely there was Kyle Appleby. Goes back, weighs up his options. Kicks the ball inside, forward 50. And a strong mark taken by Gabe Stumpf. And he takes it on the chest about 45 metres out. Almost directly in front. He's kicked 61 goals already this season.
Tall fella, isn't he?
Tell you what, nice size about him too. Would you be bet? Looks like you'd be bet 6'2", 6'3", Davo.
He might even be tall. I'm telling you now, there will be 4 or 5 Premier clubs who will be out, whether they're here tonight or today. They'll be looking at this kid. This kid is going to be a star.
Starts his approach well inside the centre square here. Gives his fingers a little lick. Comes in now. He'll kick from the paint of 50. Goes goalward. Shoots towards it, but pushes it to the left-hand side. First blemish on the board going the way of Warrandyte, who are having all the scoring or early scoring in this first term. They lead at 1-1-7. Bulleen Temp yet to score.
And with a kick like that into a forward, defender's never going to stop that. That was a great kick across to the fat side and beautiful lead up.
That Warrandyte half back line is really become very staunch early on. There's no ball getting through there.
Geez, where are the people behind the gates here? They're taking a long time here to collect the footy. Old fella Hamish McLean couldn't get there. We'll go boundary side.
Thanks, Blake. Just quickly, a few of the matchups in Warrandyte's forward line. I'm actually past to you guys.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Jared. As he has a hand pass by Moore there. Followed up there. That was by Peckin. Goes deep inside, looking for Sticker. What can this man do? Coming a great pickup for Bulleen Templestowe. And that one's going to go out of bounds. Through for a boundary throw-in just on the scoreboard. And if you've just joined us, 5 minutes into this top of the ladder clash in the 4th Division, Eastland match of the round. Scoreboard reads there. Warrandyte 1-1-7. Bulleen Templestowe yet to score in this match of the round. First quarter action on a beautiful winter sunny day on a Saturday arvo. Can't beat it. I'm sure our boundary reporters have some sunscreen on maybe down the end of the day.
Looking forward to getting a bit of a tan today. After last week especially.
So we're on the outer side wing where we are. Hanrahan gets the hit out there, and I think he might give away a free kick to his opposing ruckman. He will get the free kick himself. So Hanrahan goes for the kick. Who's going to try and get their first? Stickers involved here. We'll try to skip this ball up, but he's immediately tackled by Gilmore.
I'll just quickly go through matchups. Hamish McLean's got Appleby. Daniel Moore, he's following Beasley around. And the man with the against Stumpf is Sterling Oakley-Smith. We heard from the Bulleen Templestowe president in the pre-game that they've got someone with a pretty good leap. So
Thank you, Jared. You're just breaking up there a little bit, mate, so we'll try and get that one up. Smothered there by Warrandyte. They get a snapping ball yet again. Trying to get this one up will be Taronga Galea. We'll go to boundary shortly as a short ball's kicked to the stump direction. Couldn't get there. There's that man Sterling Oakley-Smith. And he's going to get a high tackle. Oh no, ball up. Funny fact, played junior footy with Sterling Oakley-Smith when I was playing my craft down at Lilydale. So
Your craft.
Yep. So we get ball that's smothered, and that's going to be out of bounds on the fall. And it's going to be a Bulleen Templestowe kick, Ben Warren-Smith.
Mark down, self-proclamation, number 1 in your footy record for Blake Tennant today. We'll get up to double figures, I'm sure, at some stage.
He did start the sentence with funny facts, so...
Kick goes out now. Love your work, Blake. Harsh went up. He couldn't quite take the mark. Looks like a high tackle has come out of this one.
It's also young Sterling's first game.
It is, yes.
First senior game, he's been put on stump. It's a fair...
basketball background, come from Pakenham.
Yeah.
So,
See, if he kept him to 2 goals, he might win the BAG in the half dozen.
Floating kick for Bulleen. Temp goes up, falling at the crucial stage there was Nelson. Little handball out. Here's Gribus. This is of the Will variety. What a season he's having, up towards the half-forward line, but scooted back towards the wing. They're going backwards to go forwards. Cullen Hall. There's a few hyphens on the field today. Close to my own heart as it comes out now. Darting around. Gribus again on the right boot. Inside forward 50. Looking for brother Jack in there who had the back spot, but the Bullants have the numbers. Here's McLean on the right boot in towards the middle of the ground. A nice mark taken there by Martino. A couple of touches in the last few minutes. Looking for their first genuine surge forward, but another sloppy kick off the boot made it pretty difficult. Nelson was first to meet it. On top of him was Benny Ellery, and we will have a ball up just outside the centre square here, true centre wing position.
Let's go boundary side.
Just quickly on the Bulleen Templestowe forward line matchups, Will Remington has got Noah Habcount for company and Nick Sharp on Marcel Hodge.
Anderson tried to do too much. He was pinged for holding the ball, so they're moving it quickly now. The Bloods. Taylor switches it across out to Pollock, who's got a little bit of time and space. He'll no doubt be looking for the stump direction. Handball over the top, gets the old one too. Went to go inside forward 50, but got crunched by Anderson. That was good play, almost a free kick off the ball. The umpire said it was all fair. We will have a ball up. Pretty not impressed was Oscar Hodgson in that case, and we'll have a ball up inside the square.
Start centre with Paul Coney.
Yeah, the inside 50s, Warrandyte are dominating that early. They lead that 5-1.
Thank you, Paul. As this is the real good look up, we get to see Bulleen Templestowe. Jessup finds his teammate there. And Pekin takes the mark just on the straight in front here on the 50 arc. He will line up and try kick Bulleen Templestowe's first of the day here. And it's the best we've seen, I reckon. Wayne Brasher and Brett Davison, best look, I reckon.
Yeah, it is their best look for a forward 50 entry and a goal, because Warrandyte have basically controlled the opening 9-10 minutes here.
So Pekin can line up and kick Bulleen Templestowe's first of the day here directly in front. And the goal umpire moves to the left, and that's through for a behind. So that's the first look that we've seen, and Bulleen Templestowe get a behind here. One behind, plays Warrandyte 1-1-7, and we've gone 10 minutes in on the Eastland match of the round.
Pollock hurt himself out here when he went on his left foot twice, and it was too easy to read. And I think he may have actually gone off the ground. He looks like he was hobbling a bit after that contest.
So we might have our boundary reporters to get back for that one, as Daniel Moore gets the intercept mark just on the outer side wing where the interchange benches are. And he goes for a kick. That's an ordinary one. Plenty of Warrandyte numbers will get around this one, but Sticker will get the hold of the ball, free kick, and he'll play on immediately, Ben Warren Smith.
Sticker goes in. It was a disappointing kick from him and his standards. Being chopped off by Appleby. Use the dugout side, so a little bit of kick-to-kick going. Went straight down Tarongalu's throat. Over the top he goes. Here's a go for Sticker. Inside forward 50 goes, going goalward right to the top of the goal square. At the fall of the ball, little handball went out, intended there for Pekin. Couldn't quite trap it. Good, strong tackles. Play on goal, is it? Shields kicked it, but it's going to be a free kick to the way of the Bloods to Nelson. So good defensive pressure there by Warrandyte. It was right in the hot spot. Had a few touches, Will Nelson, early in this game.
They're just starting to get their hands on the ball a little bit, Bulleen Temp, but they've got to be a bit more cleaner when they move into their forward 50.
Yeah, they've moved it well, but they just haven't finished off in that last kick.
Nelson going for the grandstand side. Big fly and a good mark on the second bite there was Bowl. On the right boot now. Goes down towards the wing position, right in front of us here in the broadcast position now. Up towards the half-forward line, falling out in front of it there was Bradford. Goes inside forward 50. That is an absolute beautiful pass. Gabriel Stump out in front again, and once again, lace out on the chest.
Well, you're not going to stop that sort of passing. And that was beautiful football here. They read it well, ran well, and a great kick.
But they conceded once again. They conceded that turnover there, Davo, and the switch. And Bulleen Temp, once again, they didn't push far enough across.
Yeah, they're not defending as well as what you would have hoped at this stage. And we'll see how good a kick he is, this young kid.
We're right behind him here in the broadcast position. Stump goes for goal and he started it right. The first one went left and now this one's gone to the right. So he's made no change to his 61 majors so far in 2026. And another let off there for Bulleen Temp. 1-2-8 plays one behind.
So Sticker goes for the kick there and Mark take it. It's a 7-point lead to Warrandyte.
So Warrandyte have really come up the ground now and stopped any sort of play on from
Yeah, you're right.
Temp.
So good chain of hand pass there. Pisani gets that one out. They go inside. 50 yet again to the stump direction. Couldn't fly. Snap around the corner. And again, he's going to miss there. That's 1 goal, 3 to start off his campaign today.
0 goals, 3. Blakey.
0 goals, 3, sorry.
Gribus has got that goal.
Sorry. 1-3-9 to Bulleen Templestowe, 1 behind. We're going to go boundary side.
Thank you, Blake. Bulleen Templestowe are attempting to play with a spare behind the ball. That's Simonson. But the past couple of forays forward for Warrandyte, he's just been dragged up to the contest and he's had no effect on the defending.
Yeah, we're going to go to the... no, we'll continue the call. As Oakley Smith, here he is. The young defender coming across this year from North Ringwood. It's been a bit of a basketball background as Bulleen Templestowe go on the attack again on the outer side wing. And that is intercepted there. That was by Public BWS.
In towards the middle, here's Nelson. He wants to take off to the races and thump the ball out towards the wing position. It was a fair old roost too. It carried a little bit. Looked like there was a breeze impeding on that as well over the top of the football. And laying a strong tackle there was Olsen, just to hold it up nicely.
Dave, a bit early to be putting one behind the ball 10 minutes into the first quarter, don't you think?
It is, but he's looking very dangerous, isn't he? And he's got so much space at the moment, stumped when they go forward.
Little flick out, Sticker, goes up towards the half-forward line, a kick off the ground, goes out of bounds on the full. Let's go to Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, got some scores from Div 1. Mitcham 2-5-17 to Park Orchard yet to score, and North Ringwood's 1-1-7 to Wanney South yet to score.
Josh Appleby, right in front of our boundary riders today. Pointing Babe Ruth style to where he wants to kick it. Up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football.
You're hitting the one-liners today, BWS. It's like you're coming back here.
Will Gribus.
No, he's like Cometti. He's got about 150 lines up and he just pulls them out when he can.
Benny Cometti.
Underneath there, free kick going the way of Jakey Sticker. No, it wasn't. It was in the arms there of Ellery, who gave a quick handball away. Now a driving kick up towards the half-forward line for the Bullants at the fall of the ball. Here's Martino. Gets a banana kick inside forward 50. Which way's this one going to bounce? It might be favourable there for Remington. Over the top he goes, and Shields runs into an open goal. He got robbed of one a few moments ago, but this time it goes straight through, and we're back to a 2-point ball game. 15 and a half gone here in the first term. Warrandyte 1-3-9, Bulleen Temp 1-1-7.
That time Bulleen Temp worked the numbers in their favour there, Davo, and obviously, they got some space then into their forward 50 and they got that 2-on-2 and just natural skill out one there.
Yeah, well, there's a great tap from Rivington. If you look at it, Claire, he brought the ball down back over his head to Shields, and great goal. Great goal.
So there you go. Bulleen Templestowe respond there with their first goal, 16 minutes in. The Eastland match of the round. Snap around the corner. Warrandyte will try and get this one up for them. Bradford around this one. Tackled immediately and there'll be a ball up here. We go quickly down to the Stat Centre.
Just got a score from Premier. Vermont 1-2-8 to Baldwin 5 behinds.
Blow the siren.
So it's like a soccer game in Bullen's terms, 8-5. So Sticker gets this one out. Trying to scoop this ball up is Hodgson. Plenty of red jumpers around this one. Let's snap around the corner here. Where would this one sit? Trying to pick this one up is Appleby. Appleby goes for the hand pass here. Kick there. That was by Taylor, 1-1. And it's going to be through for a behind. So moves the score to Warrandyte, 1-4-10. Bulleen Templestowe, 1-1-7. 17 minutes into this first quarter on the Eastland match of the round, top of the ladder clash in 4th Division.
So you can see already Warrandyte, they want to get the ball, they want to get it wide, they want to get it wide quickly and then bring the ball back in through the centre area.
Short passes on. Oakley Smith takes it in the back pocket for the Bullants. Wind around on that familiar left boot and kick it out towards the danger zone. There's a lot of players there, but Sticker wins out this time as he kicks it up towards the wing position. It had to be perfect, and that's exactly what it was. Remington has come a long way out, thumps the ball up towards the half-forward line. Out-muscled that time there was Shields, but he was quick and hot to trot. On hands and knees will get the quick handball away. Trying to barge his way through traffic was Jessup, back to Shields. Shields around the body, has it got enough curl? It had too much in the end and goes through for one behind. They're inching closer, 1-2-8 to 1-4-10. Gone 18 minutes now in this first term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and, of course, streaming live around the globe on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Kicking now for Warrandyte. A little bit of pushing off the ball here, and I think it's going to be a free kick going the way of the Bullants, and it will be. Will Remington pulled off the footy.
Yeah, shepherded it out in that situation. He's generally a reasonable kick too, Remington, so I'll have put the Moz on him, so you might as well put the score up to 1-3.
Well, he's kicked 35 majors already this year. He seems pretty comfortable with the distance. He keeps it low. It's going to go right to the line. It's going to fall just short. A lot of players around this. Stickers in there on hands and knees. Pooh Brick got the handball out. Bloods have got the numbers. Barging his way through. There was Blakey in the middle of the ground now. There's a foot race because everybody was forward of centre that time and going back with the flight and taking a ripper mark there was Daniel Moore. Squeezes a kick out wide.
Timmy Johnson, ex-Vermont player. Good to see him back playing.
Yeah, one of the many posters on Brush as well, Timmy Johnson.
Here's another one-liner to the collection.
Blakely's got the ball and he moves it forward for Warrandyte.
So on the outer side wing, yeah, it's great seeing him. I still remember going to Basie Oval and watching him dominate for Vermont. So
yeah, very good captain too in his day.
Yeah.
I have to say, Davo, Bulleen Temp, they're a very high possession side. They like to run and care and share, really, don't they?
Yeah, they're overusing it at the moment, and their system forward is not really clear cut at the moment.
So as we go on the outer side wing at the moment, intercept mark taken by Cullen Hall. He goes to the centre sort of kick. Mark taken. They're going to go to the stump direction right here. Couldn't get there for him, and this one's just going to roll through, and it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. We'll go to the stat centre, Paul Laconey.
Yeah, Warrandyte leading in the clearances so far, 6-3.
There you go.
Very deceptive ground too in terms of how the distances between the centre half forward and the goals themselves. It's more like a kick and a half.
Yep.
So time on at the moment, 8-10 at the moment. Warrandyte leading. If you just joined us in the Eastland match of the round, if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube around the world, or if you're just in your car, maybe popping into a ground, hope you're listening on Radio Eastern 98.1. Tackles laid. It's going to be another ball up.
It's been one of the few times we've seen repeat stoppages.
Mm-hmm.
The ball's moved pretty cleanly both ends.
As play resumes, they get a kick to Bulleen Templestowe. Mark taken, that was by Hanrahan. He gives a hand pass to his teammate. A chipping board kick directly on the 50 arc here at the top of the square arc. Goes deep inside, stumps around this one, has 3 goes, got it. Stump will have this one, he's kicked 3 behinds.
It's his third inside 50 mark this game, Blake.
Definitely looking for him, I reckon. He's the vocal point, he's the key vocal point.
He is a nightmare matchup, this young man.
Unfortunately, though, they've got to be careful because you could see that already they had one player slide off and go to the 2-on-1 situation. He was good enough to mark, but they had 2 other spare players that they just ignored completely.
So Gaby old Stump.
4 behinds.
Oh no, that's his 4th behind right there. Jeez, so he's kicked 4 behinds. Warrandyte's kicked another one. That moves him to 1-5-11 to Bulleen Templestowe 1-8, 22 minutes into this first quarter.
I'm just wondering, even though it's completely sunny across the whole ground, it's black in that goal square. Maybe you can't see the goalpost. We need to get the lights on just in that corner.
We shouldn't be making excuses for him, Lee.
Jeez.
McLean now for Bulleen Temp. Just to bring the ball back in. Big fly over the top that time there from Harge. He spoiled his own player, really, so a chance for Warrandyte to go forward once again, but the kick goes very, very wide, out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. It's a 3-point lead out here to Warrandyte. Probably should be 2 or 3 goals up.
Yeah, I agree with that. I reckon that should be about 4-1, I reckon, BWS.
So 23 minutes, tick out. Man in front that time was Michael Watts, and he should be paid the mark, and the umpire saw it exactly that way. So Owen Michael Watts. Across the half-back line here for Bulleen Temp. Drives the ball up towards the wing position, and there was a strong mark taken out there by Sharpie. So, once again, a little bit of kick-to-kick at the moment. Squeeze to kick inside. Kobe Gilmore takes it. Right on the wing. Spearing pass. Straight down the throat there of Sizer. Clean disposal so far for the Bloods. Inside forward 50. Which way is it going to go? They went for the stamp direction, but it was chopped off very nicely there by Hamish McLean.
And again, 2 options out wide that he could have used, and he went for the magic kick, which they're just going to be a bit careful with that.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Over at top of it, there's Gribers. Little handball out from the Bullants. Little flick forward, scooped upon there by Quinn. Got the handball away to Anderson. Spins around now. An up and under kick up towards the half-forward line. It might sit favourably here for Sticker. Get the handball out wide if he had some running support. Over the top of it there was Hodgson. Charging in there was Josh Dicker. And we will have a ball up. Let's go to Paul Yaconi around the grounds.
Yeah, I've got a Div 3 score between the Basin and Donvale. The Basin 3, 422 to Donvale 3, 220.
The Sizer went wide. The quick clearing kick, and it went out of bounds on the full. Timmy Johnson to bring it back in.
One touch, Joe Ward. Righty kick in the air.
Don't know if that counts.
Love your work, Josh. Kick comes up now for the Bullants once again, really hugging that boundary line as we tick over the 25-minute mark of this first term.
And that seems to be their style. They go long down the line, and they rely on then getting a clearance ball, and they kick it quickly into their forward line. So they haven't got a real system at the moment going. Bulleen Temp.
Thank you, Brett Davidson. And here he is on cue there. Johnson tried, but a dribbling kick going to Gabriel Stump, tackled immediately by the big fella, and that's going to be wrapped up for a ball up. Just on the pocket down here.
I just think they've become a little bit stump-centric, and sometimes your main asset can be actually your biggest weakness.
Yep.
So free kick going to go to Bulleen Templestowe, stealing Oakley Smith, the former Lilydale North Ringwood man, and then spent some time down at Pakenham playing some basketball, so basketball background is something like alluding to. As this one's going to be tackled immediately and a hand pass. And it's going to roll out. Plenty of basketball backgrounds. We always love that saying.
Now say, Brash, stump-centric 10 times really quickly.
I struggled to say it once incorrectly.
So 2 racks going at it here. First to get this one up will be Warrandyte, but it's going to be a push. It's going to be a Bulleen Templestowe free kick. It's on their defensive arc down here at Taj, Ajani reserve. Good to be back down here. Missed the last game here, and that will do it for us here. And it is quarter time down here at the Taj here. It's Warrandyte 1-5-11. Plays Bulleen Templestowe 1-2-8. Just the 1 goal kickers for both teams here. Corey Shields has 1 for Bulleen Templestowe, and Jack Gribus has 1 for Warrandyte. After the break here, we're going to take a quick break, but after the break, we'll assemble the call team yet again, hear from a coach's interview, and then we'll be straight after this for the second quarter action for the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back out to Tedajani Reserve for the big top-of-the-table clash in Division 4. It's the Eastland match of the round. It's Bulleen Temp taking on Warrandyte today, with Warrandyte sitting on top of the table, and they lead this one at quarter time by 3 points, 1-5-11, with a few easy ones by standards going awry. Bulleen Temp 1-2-8. This game is open for anybody. Perfect opportunity, as we heard in the lead-in, to go around the grounds and hear some of those important around-the-ground scores. Here's Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, in Premier Division, South Belgrave, Rowville 4-5-29 to South Belgrave 3 behinds, and Vermont 2-2-14 to Bulleen 5 behinds. In Divi 1, Baronia 3-4-22 to Bayswater 2-2-14, Beaconsfield 3-2-20 to Murrelbach 1-2-8, Mitcham 4-6-30 to Park Orchards 3-1-19, and Wanney South 3-1-19 to North Ringwood 2-3-15. Div 2.
No scores from Montrose Norwood?
No.
Okay.
Div 2, East Burwood 3-3-21 to Surrey Park 1-5-11, Mulgrave 3-3-21 to Heathmont 2-1-13, Templestowe 5-2-32 to Lilydale 4 behinds, and Waverley Blues 2-1. Sorry.
We might get our coach's interview with one of the fellas.
Yeah, I'm alongside Andrew Verga, and hopefully this interview comes okay through, fellas. But Andrew, what do you make of that first quarter? They had most of the territory. Must have been pleased to have restricted them to just 1 goal after from 6 scoring shots.
Yeah, no, where are you going? No, make that change. So you in the middle.
He's giving instructions to his captain. He's giving instructions to his captain. But what do you make of the first quarter, Andrew?
Look, it was a tough contest. Obviously, they're a pretty good side, so it's pretty even at the moment. But look, we're going to tighten up a few things. But look, it's game on. It's 1 versus 2. It's always going to be tight at the start, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. What are some of the key factors heading into the remainder of this contest as well?
I just think we just need to stay accountable, mate. I think they run really well, and they run in waves, so they're a really good opposition. So we just got to try and stay with them and see what happens after that.
Thanks, Andrew. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Great stuff there, Josh Ward. Let's cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland, who was over with Jake Whitling in the Warrandyte side.
Thank you very much, BWS. Yeah, they were very happy with the pressure that they put onto Bulleen Templestowe in the first quarter. He said that they're on the back foot for the first time in the first quarter for the whole year, so they're willing to just continue that throughout the game. He noted as well that there's been a couple of really good looks that they kind of ignored when they were going 50. They perhaps were a little bit too stump focused, and there were a couple of players in better positions that they should have tried to hit up.
So here we go, second quarter, Eastland, a match of the rounds here between Bulleen Templestowe and Warrandyte. Bulleen Templestowe get the clearance for the second quarter here. Scooping it up here is Sticker. Going to scoop it up the ground, snap around the corner. That was by Martino. And that's going to go out of bounds on the full. First real clearance Bulleen Templestowe have had. I reckon all game, I would say.
Dave, I was going to say that Andrew Verga's come straight out of the media school of Paris Harvey there at quarter time.
Some good mark taken. That was by Appleby. They go into the attack again, do Warrandyte. First to pick it up will be Gilmore. Does a little bit of sidestepping here, gets tackled immediately. It's going to be a holding the ball free kick. It might be 25, it will be. No, the umpire just says no. Go back to your line.
The old cardinal rule, first option, give it off.
Yeah. So Bulleen Templestowe go for the short kick. Mark taken. This is by the captain and Anderson. Again, really good footy here. McLean fixes the hair up, goes inside the 50. Good mark taken. That was by Quinn. Always got to fix your hair up before you kick the footy.
Yeah.
As they go inside the forward 50. Who's going to get this? Martino tries to scoop this ball up. It's going to be a tackle and it's going to be a ball up. So early stages, if you just joined us, Warrandyte 1-5-11, Bulleen Templestowe 1-2-8. A minute and a half in to this second quarter on the Eastland match of the round. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And it's going to be a hold in the ball, free kick.
Yep, it was there.
Ben, I was going to say before, at least it wasn't the Rocket Rodney Eade, probably the only coach we've ever had to try and throw a mute on quickly during a halftime cross.
So Anderson, the skipper, will have this one. Oh no, he gives it off to Martino.
It's been pretty lively, Martino.
Yeah. I feel like he's got a bit of a presence here, a bit of a cult hero in this sort of Bulleen Templestowe way. He goes inside, man by himself there. That was by Harge. But it looks like Warrandyte were able to defend that one really well. Tackled immediately. It's going to be a boundary throw-in.
He's got to take those Harge. That's what he's there for. He's a big target. He's generally got good hands, and he had a break on his opponent. Then he should have taken that mark.
Well, running in the front spot there was Hayton. It was a shallow throw-in at the back there. Hodgson picked up the footy, handball over the top, looking for Blakely, who flicked it over the back of him, just trying to gain valuable meterage. Hodgson came back in, hitting the deck. There was Tarongaloo and co. Blakely in and under also on the edge of the centre square. We'll have a ball up.
He's got a great name, hasn't he? Tarongaloo. I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Love that.
High throws it up, a big slap that time by Hanrahan. Goes inside forward 50 now, and it passes on and almost spilling it at the crucial stage. There was Pekin, but here's Sticker. He's got the class, he's got the poise. Has he got the accuracy? He does not. Through for one behind. They just won't go through the big sticks down that end.
No, they can't, and they're missing by miles too, BWS. It's not like they're just missing by inches.
Am I making mistakes for making excuses for them now, Brash? Or
it's not like the funnel at East Burwood, is it? The ball's just not going through.
Back to a 2-point margin. Cunnell Hall brings the ball back into play. Now a chance here for Gribus on the right boot, down the wing. Taking the mark there was Gilmore, but it's just gone out of bounds on the full. So the paint beats the player at that stage. Bulleen Temp, who have had most of the play in their forward half in this second quarter, will surge forward once again, up towards the half-forward line. Sticker at the back, almost took that one through his legs. It was a ripper mark. So Jake swings around now on the right boot. Can this one go through? Can this go all the way? It cannot. It goes left again. Holy dooly. So we've gone 4 minutes now in this second term, and it's back to 1 point. So both sides have had multiple scoring shots, multiple opportunities, but the big sticks eludes all players.
Got to tell that bloke down the end to turn the fan off down the... there's got to be some reason why they can't kick goals here.
Yeah. So mark taken, that was by Blakely. So Blakely just assessing his options on the broadcast wing. Now we are big boy. Oh, couldn't mark that one. That man who tried to do that was Charlie Sizer. Blakely picks this one up yet again. He's getting the bit of the ball here. This is great ball movement here for Warrandyte. Grivers goes inside the forward 50. Guess who stumps involved? But a punch there. That was by Oakley Smith here. He can try and get this one up. Stump. There he goes. The big man. And tries to find his target here in Appleby, and that's just going to roll through.
What a shank of a kick that was.
It was. That
he should have kicked that.
The little man on the shoulder was having a chat to him there.
We'll go to the stud centre with Paul Laconey.
Inside 50s this quarter so far is 4-1 in favour of Bulleen Temp.
Thank you, Paul. Deep inside, Warrandyte's attacking 50. Appleby trying to get another one here. Kick off the ground by Blakey. He can kick this, I reckon. He has. And Warrandyte get their second of the day here. 2-5-17. Warrandyte to Bulleen Templestowe. 1-4-10. 5.5 minutes in to this second quarter on the Eastland match of the round.
Well, it's pretty hard to miss that one because that was on the goal line as he was running in. And I reckon that, gee, that must have been close to the front line.
I wouldn't mind seeing the side on that.
Yeah. Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Could have been
settle down.
Oh, he's so far.
He's
from
kicked
10 centimetres.
He's kicked the ball from less than a centimetre.
I know, but there hasn't been many good.
That could have been
goals.
Well, that's a VAR contender, I reckon.
We've already talked about that Ringwood Mitcham game.
Yes.
I'm just saying, there hasn't been many.
Yeah, if there's no more goals for the rest of the game, he can take home a prize, all right?
He's the leader. He's the leader at the moment. Let's just put it out there right now.
He's certainly not going to win goal of the day, I can tell you that now.
Most easiest goal you ever see, I reckon.
At this point, I think the leader will be any of them that get it down the right-hand side.
Ben Ellery has hit the deck pretty harshly in the middle of the ground. It looks like a left ankle. We know that Josh and Jared will be onto that as he hops his way off.
Syndesmosis now.
Yes.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a lot of pain, gentlemen. Definitely struggling to put weight on that left foot. He's starting to now, but it's not looking good, unfortunately.
Nothing that a jab won't fix.
Yeah. The old painkillers, Wayne Brasher.
Oh, yeah, mate.
Have you ever had one of those before?
Oh, yes, I have plenty.
Jungle juice.
Plenty in my day, mate.
Yeah.
And got sent back on.
Yep.
Just do your job.
Walk it off, Brash.
Suck it up.
Might get some scores quickly, Paul. Just before. Sorry.
Ball back in the middle now.
Bad luck, Blake.
Yeah.
Comes out. In there and under. Just trying to get a clear possession. Picked up there by Quinn. Got boot to ball. Won't go the required distance. Nice little fist on that by Pollock. Hits the deck. Sticker came in, but hitting it hard there was Oscar Hodgson, and he'll receive the free kick. In the middle of the ground. He's moving away from it, so it looked like Sticker was going to give away a 25, but the umpire wasn't going to be fooled by that one.
Yellow card.
Given, I think it might have been for a little bit of a shoulder charge.
Yeah, yellow card to the Bulleen Templestowe skipper, Jack Anderson.
Jeez.
Yeah, right.
Well done there by Eagle Eye Josh.
Eagle Eye Cherry.
That's a big loss. Jack Anderson coming off for a spell.
I thought you were the one that would be eagle-eyed, Brash.
Oh, no.
So Oscar Hodgson.
No, he's a one-eyed eagle.
Well, very well played. Very well played. I like it.
Touche.
So Hodgson eventually drives the ball up towards centre half forward. It looks like a bit of holding there on the big man, Hayton.
Plenty of holding there.
So Hayton, imposing figure on the right boot now. Kicks the ball inside forward, 50. It fell short. Sticker sat in the hot spot.
That is gutsy move from a key leading player to do that.
Absolutely, and he would have known that Stump was right on his hammer. Driving ball now up towards the wing position. At the back of the pack there was Jessup. He paddled it back. That was okay. Link-up handball there. Goes well from Harge. In the path there of a couple of teammates who just couldn't quite trap the football, so charging through there was Hanrahan. He released the football, but to no avail. Up towards the wing position once again. It's a 2-on-1. A sticker impeded Tarongaloo. He'll go after it again, Tarongaloo, and he keeps the ball alive just enough to force a boundary throwing right in front of us here in the broadcast position.
We had a lot of clean football early in the first quarter, but it's become just a lot of fumbling at the moment. Must be the pressure out there.
Pye throws it in now. It's an easy knockout that time by Hayton. Spinning around there was Blakely, who threw the ball away. He's had a good game, Blakely.
But I think there's two different types of conditions on the ground too, Davo. It seems like it's really wet on the wings.
Lincoln Arnold with the 80s perm goes up towards the half-forward line, and Appleby couldn't quite release himself away from that one. 60 metres out from goal. 7-point margin out here.
Free kick.
Free kick going the way of Hanrahan. Go down boundary side shortly. As Hanrahan goes inside forward 50. They've got the numbers though. Hodgson for the Bloods. Little handball over the top. Looking for there for Hayton. A big man will have to get down. He did really well just to paddle it out. Blakely got the handball to the run receive, and kick goes out of bounds, but it was touched and will go over the boundary line and out of bounds. A perfect opportunity to go boundary side.
I think he's actually called down before.
Yeah, well, just touching on Brash's previous point, it is really soft underfoot on particularly this broadcast side wing. It's almost like it's nearly quicksand levels, so players will probably have some sore legs after this game.
Thanks, Josh Ward. The pitch report there. As they go deep inside. A few players underneath. Good. That was a good cricket impersonation there, Josh. Really good there. Pitch report. We'll go to Paul Laconi.
Got a score in Div 3. The Basin 4-6-30 to Donvale 4-2-26.
Thank you, Paul.
Wonder where his fountain pen is.
I take great inspiration from the great Tony Gregg, Blakey, so I'll try my best.
Did you stick the key in, Josh?
Fortunately not.
Get the line on the line.
You want the line on the line or not?
So here we go. Deep inside the Bulleen Templestowe area here. 17-10, the scoreboard reads. 11.5 minutes in. And Stump takes a big mark. He's just going to take the ball on, if you don't mind. Takes a bounce. Oakley Smith has got him here. Gets the hand pass to Stump. Goes. What an interesting that was. Gribus involved here, but well defended here by Bulleen Templestowe. They get a kick here. Mark taken. That was by Arnold. Arnold goes to his teammate. Finds Jessup. Jessup goes to the sticker direction here. He's just going to do a little bit of candy shop work down here. It's definitely open in this game here. Goes for the hand pass. Deep inside to the pocket of the 50 arc here, and a mark taken. He's going to go deep inside the forward 52 Bulleen Templestowe. It's looking like a great kick out the back. And that's a goal. That's by Remington. And the umpire says that's a goal. What a kick that was. That was about a good 50 to 60 metre bomb there, I would say. What a pickup he's been from Templestowe coming across.
Yeah, good mark too. That was a very good mark.
I don't know what the arcs are down here at Bulleen Templestowe.
No, well, you got to give that a 50. That's a 50.
Yeah, so Wayne Brash has called a 50, so I agree with him. That is the Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Now,
that just beats the last one.
Yeah, I reckon it does too. So Remington kicks his first, and Bulleen Templestowe's second of the day on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Bulleen Templestowe 2-2-14, Warrandyte 2-5-17, approaching the 13-minute mark.
Blakely might feel hard done by now that Remington's going to win the...
As
ball back in the middle now, up towards the half-forward line. Can they get a couple in a row? They haven't led this game at all. The Bullants inside forward 50, taking it, stretching, peeking, runs on with it. It was a little bit crazy in the end.
Why would you do that?
Took a bounce.
Took a bounce while he was getting tackled. He should have just gone back and had a ping. He was only about 35 out when he took it. Nonetheless.
No left.
Abjan Clears it out now. Blakely looping handball out wide to Gribus on the right boot. Drives it up towards the half-forward line using his body. Out there was Gribus as well. A little handball over the top if he wants it. Here's Bowl. He links back. They're putting themselves under pressure. Snap by Olsen around the body right to the teeth of goal and banging it through at long last. Stump. No, he missed it again.
He missed.
Oh, no.
Well, from right on the goal line, he cannot buy a goal this afternoon, the big man. That we're talking less than a foot away from it, but he was on the wrong angle. I'm really interested to see this one again, but the goal umpire was right there, and the way he celebrated, I thought he had kicked it, but he has kicked a goal.
He's kicked a goal.
That's a goal.
The goal umpire's had to put his head down because he couldn't see.
That is 100% a goal.
Daylight robbery. Ball back in the middle. It's 16-18. A 2-point lead here to Warrandyte. Even when he kicks him, he can't get him next to his name at the moment.
Goodness gracious me, that is a goal. I'm telling you.
Well, he's got one more point, and at least he'll have a goal. So,
what's that now? 0 goals,
that's
5.
Yeah.
Tobin Brothers' point of the day contender.
Hayton flicked it back down to Blakely. He'll be looking for one now. Won't he? Stamp up towards centre half forward. They've linked out well. Blakely charging through, goes in that direction now, but it's fell short, and Gribus takes it.
I still think, even though Bulleen Temple probably played better football, I think Warrandyte play the better style.
Yeah.
Their ability to transition the ball is really nice. They open up the forward line. They kick the ball well into the forward line. They just haven't been able to kick straight.
I think both sides are trying to be a bit more proactive in this quarter too, Dave. There's a lot more run and carry from both sides.
Yep.
So here's Jack Gribus on the right boot. Long kick towards the goals. He's pushed it to the left-hand side, so minor score to him. Still a low-scoring affair out here at Tedajani Reserve. It's 19-16. Warrandyte holding the lead from go to woe so far.
It's not as if there's a breath of wind down here, guys. It's just poor kicking.
So as play resumes, going around this ball, skipping this one up for Warrandyte. And that's going to be out of bounds on the full. And then getting this one is Quinn. So Quinn goes for the short chipping kick. Dangerous kick there, but well recovered for Bulleen Templestowe. And that one's going to skid out. It's going to be a boundary throw in. We'll go to Paul Lacone in the Stats Centre.
We've got a score in Premier. Vermont 5-3-33 to Bulleen 2-7-19.
Just saw an update there. Ringwood's beating Croydon too. Saw that. So that's a bit of a
and
upset.
at Croydon as well.
So there's the two rucks going at it here. Gribus involved. He's had a good say on this game here. Blakely in the middle of the ground here at Tedajani Reserve. Goes deep inside. Mark taken again by Gribus. 2 Gribuses today.
Yeah, Blakely's had a really good second quarter.
Gribus goes short and kicks to his brother or cousin or
Gribus to Gribus to Gribus.
That was backyard football there, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if they're brothers or cousins. I'm just going to put it out there.
I think they're I'm not sure, but one is a little bit older than the other, but not by much. They're both very, very
Gribus to Gribus, sticker to sticker.
Yeah, so Will Gribus this one. Jack, his brother, has already kicked one. Can he join his brother and kick one here, William? Can line up and kick Warrandyte's third of the day on the Eastland match of the round. Goal umpire doesn't move, and that is a goal. This time it's a goal for Warrandyte. And that moves the score to Warrandyte there, 3-7-25 to Bulleen Templestowe, 2-4-16. We've got 17.5 minutes in on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It looks like all the kicks going up that end seem to be stopping in the air like that.
Yeah.
Like that just stopped just about, went straight down, and yet there is no breeze, whereas the ball's carrying a lot further down this other end. So, look, they worked that ball well up, and as you said, it was great work from Blakely. He's been very, very good in the middle.
Guys, Ben Ellery's ankle is on ice, so it's the last we'll see of him today, unfortunately.
Some more scores around the ground. Thanks, Paul.
In Div 1, Mitcham 6-9-45 to Park Orchards 3-4-22.
Up towards the half-forward line now for Bulleen. Tempsticker got the handball away. Here's Arnold. Arnold goes goalward. He poked at it in the end and kicked it across the face, just registering it behind. So Would have been just what the doctor ordered, Templestowe. Bulleen Temp getting that quick answer because there's a little bit of breathing space now. It's an 8-point lead to the Bloods on the eve of time on here in the second term in the Eastland match of the round. As the kick goes out, it was a beautifully weighted one as well. Appleby takes it on the chest. Defensive 50, goes out wide. A big fly from the side. Hanrahan, the big ruckman, comes in, gets a timely fist to knock it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
And then in the overall game, I think Warrandyte have held sway and deserve their 8-point lead here at the moment.
Oh, without a doubt. I think they've been the better side. I just think that Bulleen have just not given up. They're just trying to get the ball forward whatever way they can. They just don't have a real system at the moment, whereas Warrandyte have got a definite system in the way they play.
Hayton flicked it back, but it went straight down the throat of Jessup, who bangs it on his boot. Inside forward 50. Arnold was there. Ducks around. He'll want to get back onto the left. Instead, he goes for the handball over the top. Beautifully done. Shields goes goalward, and Shields puts it through, and that's the answer that they were after. Fantastic team goal. They wouldn't let the ball get out of that defensive zone. They worked harder, threw a few stoppages, and a good piece of play with the finishing touch.
Yeah, well done there by Arnold. He fought very hard for that clearance.
I think he's a boy. I think I've looked at his information, but I think he might have come from the Tasmanian State League. He's still young. He's under 25. He's from the Tasmanian State League, so he's.
There you go.
You know, he's played some good football. He's come across and. They did some good work then to manage to get that ball to Shields.
Your homework, Davo. Good to see, mate. As the
Wikipedia of the Eastern Football Netball League.
I thought that was Josh Ward, but tackle was late. It's going to be a ball up.
How much homework do you do, Blake?
A little bit here and there. Bit of relevance sometimes. It's needed. Gribus gets a hand pass. Snap around the corner. That was by Taylor. And this one's going to be scooped up again. That was by Johnson. And he's just going to fall over the veteran of the EFNL community.
Oh, you got to give it on.
You're gone. That's going home the ball. That is, yep. And that's going to go to Mills. Luke Mills will have this one.
It's disappointing because that was Sizer, I think.
They were heading for another inside 50 there.
Yeah, and he'd done so well to get that ball too.
So mark taken, good mark taken. That was by Pekin.
He's been all right too, this young kid.
Centre of the ground here at Tedajani Reserve. Goes deep inside the forward 50. Who's going to get there? Harge could it. Snap around the corner by Martino! And he gets the goal there. That was Sticker, sorry.
Number 6.
So Sticker gets his burst of the day. And that one is a great goal there by Sticker. I thought that was Martino out the back there. But that is, again, the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, if you don't mind. Contender, sorry.
And that was just classic Sticker.
Class.
That was Sticker. That's the ball Sticker that we're used to seeing. That read the ball off the pack. Beautiful turnaround, a lovely finish.
Apart from it's been for the inside 50s, it's been a tale of two halves. Bulleen Templestowe have dominated this second quarter inside 50-wise. They lead that 11-6.
Cross down boundary side.
Jack Anderson back on the ground. He's had time to reflect on his indiscretions and now out there to lead the charge for Bulleen Temp.
Yep, sat in the naughty corner of the dugout. Now he's back on the pitch as it goes up towards centre half forward for Warrandyte. Once again went through the legs there of Olsen. This ball's been quickly kicked inside forward 50. Out in front there. They couldn't quite take it. Easily mopped up here by the Bullants out of that danger zone, just holding on to a narrow 4-point lead. They've been trailing all afternoon so far. Inside forward 50, falling over at the crucial stage was Pubrick over the top. It goes to the top of the goal square. It's going to get kept alive. He's stumped around the body. You give him an inch and he'll take a mile, the big man. And that was a very good goal. It should have been easily rushed through for a behind, but he kept his position, he kept his feet, and sheer brute strength won the contest.
What I'm loving about this young kid is that, you know, you've got a kid who's lined up and had 4 kicks a goal and missed every one of them. He's come out this quarter and he's continued to work incredibly hard. He's not given up. He's not dropped his head.
Yep.
He should have had another goal. So, you know, he's really been really positive this for a young kid to not drop his head after the first quarter. Tremendous effort.
So a 2-point ball game as we approach time on here. We are well and truly in that 23 minutes in to the second quarter, approaching half time here in the Eastland match of the round. And it's going to be another ball up just on the edge of the cricket pitch down here at Ted Ajani Reserve. We haven't really found who's... both teams have really fired their shots in this game. Blakely, he's having a big say in this game here. Goes for Taylor. He's tackled by 2 Bullants players in that tackle. Hodgson involved. Tackled, and it's going to be another ball up.
Well, they really have taken control of the centre clearances here, Warrandyte, and their midfield's on top, well on top, even though they're only 2 points in front.
So this one's going to be out here. Plenty of Warrandyte jumpers around this one. They can snap around the corner. Picking this ball up is Olsen. Olsen gets the kick, a little bit of a shove, and that's going to be a free kick, and it's going to go to Warrandyte in Gilmore.
He couldn't have made that more obvious, that shove, could he?
He's got an option down the back here. Choose to go to that option, but there's a Bulleen player in there. Blakey can try get this ball going for Warrandyte, and that's just going to roll out through for a boundary throw-in. Plenty of instructions there in that supporter down the end there. Look at him. He's just got the 2 arms, just, letting the boys know what's going on down in the background next to the scoreboard. Good chat, fellas. Get a chat out of you guys, but that's okay. Sticker can try scoop this ball up, but he's got a Warrandyte play in front of him. That's going to roll out through for a boundary throw-in. Very focused, these 2 fine gentlemen in the expert commentary chairs.
25 and a half gone here in the second term. A 2-point lead to Warrandyte. Been very tight the whole game. Blakely knocked it out, threw it away in the end. It was a beautiful tackle. Well done there by Anderson, who needs a little bit of redemption, the skipper. So switches it out to Timmy Johnson. Across the half-back line now. Weighing up his options. Scoots it out wide. Had to be perfect, and it was. Michael Watts takes it on the chest. They love hugging that far side boundary. There's no doubt about that. The spoil was on, though. Came down into the arms of Habjan for Warrandyte. An up and under kick. Kicks it very close to the line. Intended target Gilmore. It was knocked away from him, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
It's that kick again from between the arcs that's really letting Bulleen tamp down there. They're just not able to hit. They just keep going down the line. They don't try and look to go inside at all.
Michael Watts was out-muscled that time by Habjan, so no one got the clear knockout. Scoots out. Quick kick up towards centre half forward now for the Bloods. Bouncing football over the back. It's going to be a foot race. Getting onto it there was Tarongaloo. He might have to put a nice shepherd on to keep the ball alive. Out towards McLean, who was bustled into a pretty strong tackle. And the umpire's not going to reward anyone in that instant.
That's what you like about your wingers, half forwards, if they're laying tackles like that.
Moore had the front spot for the Bullants, but for the ball, Gilmore got the handball away to Appleby, who swings the ball in towards the pocket. Gripes, what a fantastic mark. He went up, he took it on the second bite right when he was sitting on his bum, and he'll have a shot for goal. He's already kicked 2 goals in this first half on the most difficult of angles from 25.
I reckon this would be the hardest ground in the comp, Davo, for the 2 wingers.
Yep.
To play it the true wingers game.
Yep. You've got a lot of space to cover because it's a bit like a circle, isn't it?
Yep.
So Jack Gribus will go the old-fashioned boo, nah, but he can't get enough on it. And through for one behind. Never looked like going through. Minor score is the result. 27.5 tick over at the moment. We have ourselves on our hands a 3-point ball game. Let's cross down to Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, Warrandyte are just getting more of a lick of the eye.
No!
Sorry, Paul. Go back to you, mate.
Yeah, Warrandyte are just getting more of a lick of the eye scrum as far as the forward 50 marking's concerned. They lead that overall in the game so far. They lead it 7-2.
Thank you, Paul Laconi. The stats.
Yeah, just to let everybody know, that was Owen Pisani who had a massive rise right in front of us here and just couldn't quite pull it down.
Just having a look at Bulleen Temp, Davo, they are still in a lot of positions in their team. They're still very young and raw.
Oh, they are. They're an incredibly young side.
So the two rucks going at it, approaching half-time here, 28 minutes in. Scoreboard reads 32-29, Warrandyte lead, kick there. That was by Harrison Taylor. One-on-one here at the back here. Plenty of Warrandyte jumpers, but Bulleen, Templestowe recover well here. Mark should have been taken by Pisani, almost had that great leap. Goes deep inside. Who's going to fight?
Good mark.
Taken.
That's a great mark.
I think it's going to go to Beasley here, Joshua Beasley.
We haven't seen much of him today, so they've been stump-centric, and they've finally looked for someone else. So, look, it's a great mark, and he's another one of their key forwards that's been in pretty good form this year.
So Beasley knows how to kick a goal or two for Warrandyte here. Can line up and kick Warrandyte's fifth of the day here today. He's had a fine season, 22 goals for Warrandyte this year. Can line up and kick goal number 23, we hope. Goal umpire moves to the left.
That's a goal.
It's a point.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that was a point, Brush.
You reckon?
Yeah,
Hit the post.
It was a point.
Yeah.
Hit the post.
Okay.
Come on, Brush. So...
Must be my glasses.
Don't go too early, Brash. I've learned the hard way to go too early.
Yeah, so 4-point lead going to Warrandyte. 33 plays 29. Time on is definitely in the last bigging here. As Bulleen and Templestowe go deep inside, the forward 50.
There's a bounce.
It's their last kick again.
Unorthodox sort of
Good
bounce
hands.
here. Sticker goes deep inside and a mark taken. And that was by Remington yet again, BWS.
Yeah, that was a fantastic bit of play. There was good clean disposal. They know there's not too much time left. We've already hit the 30-minute mark of this term, and fantastic positioning. And the class of sticker, just to know that Remington had pushed that 10-15 metres into the forward arc, fantastic.
It's actually, and it was both the stickers that have come up with some really clutch plays in this quarter. And if Remington can finish this off, right, they'll be real happy about going into half-time in front.
Will Remington on the siren, comes in now. He started it right, and that's where it's going to stay. It did come back at the last stage, and that is a disappointing shot on goal to announce half-time out here, and it's a 3-point lead to Warrandyte. Geez, this has been a close one, hasn't it? 4-9-33. They lead to Bulleen Temp 4-6-30. Major goal kickers on the ground. There's 2 goals to Jack Gribus, singles to Stumpf and Darcy Blakely. We know that Stumpf has kicked 5 behinds as well. 2 goals to, and should have had another one. It was robbed of that one. Corey Shields has 2 goals for the Bullants, Sticker and Remington with the other majors. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon on 98.1 Radio Eastland, of course, streaming live around the globe on our YouTube and Facebook channels. We're one half down. We'll come back at halftime. We'll dissect what's happened in this game, but most importantly, give you all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your footy.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Ted Ajani Reserve, the Taj for the Eastland match of the round. And here at half-time, it is a 3-point game. Warrandyte leading 4-9-33 to the Bullants 4-6-30. And an exciting first half. A lot of missed opportunities to both sides in the end, particularly Warrandyte, who have been inaccurate in front of goal, including the big man Gabriel Sump, who's kicked the 1-goal-5 now. Probably should have been 2 goals 4, but at the end of the day, they've had their chances. And very tight game. Jared and Josh, who have been on the boundary, joining me today here at half-time. Jared, I'll start with you. What's your first thoughts here at half-time? I thought particularly Warrandyte have wasted some opportunities. Yep. But in saying that, Bulleen Templestowe have missed some gettable set shots themselves and probably looked a little bit better in that second term.
I think towards the end of that second term, definitely Bulleen Temp got on top. Warrandyte seemed to run out of legs a little bit for that two-way running, so they weren't able to get back and defend as effectively as they had been throughout the most of the game. So it left a lot of space for some of the Bulleen Temp forwards. But even then, it's been a struggle for them to hit them up. Warrandyte's pressure has been excellent, and I think also their transition and the way they've been able to move the ball forward has just been a little cleaner and been a little bit more systematic and methodical than what we've been able to see from the Bullants.
Well, as Davo said in the pre-game, watching back the footage he did, they're a lot better system-based side and move the ball a lot better in comparison to Bulleen Templestowe, and we're seeing that firsthand here today, Ryan.
I agree. In saying that, that first half, and this was mentioned a lot of the times inside 50, you know where they're going. They're very predictable. They're going to something every time they get a chance. And he's been good, and he probably should have an extra couple of goals next to his name. Yep. And it is dangerous, and you do want to use him. But Josh, what do you do in this second half? Because if Bulleen Templestowe are very smart and they start to really pick up on this, it's not going to work for the long term. So what do? Do they try and get the guys like Beasley a bit more involved who had a late set shot and just try and change things up? Because they do look... Every time I'm watching, I know exactly which way they're going.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, Beasley's kicked the 20-odd goals this season as well. And you've got Smalls that will need to work up a little bit harder as well. Guys like Kobe Gilmore, I mean, when Darcy Blakely rotates down into that forward line as well. Some of their others, the Gribuses, Will in particular, who I think has kicked the 2 goals, they really need to be at the feet of someone like Stump, because it's not going to be often he kicks goals. And maybe hitting them up on leads as well, just looking to lower the eyes is probably the way to go for Warrandyte if they are to pull on a much bigger score in comparison in this second half.
And that's what Jake Whitling said at quarter time, is there were a couple of occasions where we had guys like Beasley in better positions and we still went for Stump. So he's going to be pushing that message at half-time again, and so I think hopefully the Bloods will come out with a fresh set of eyes to what their actual goals in terms of kicking inside forward 50 will be.
Absolutely. With Bulleen Templestowe as well, and it just stands out so much, the class of the experienced players and guys like the 2 stickers. Yep. Boy, do they use the ball well. And you look at this division in general, and you look at a lot of Division 4 games, you can tell when a side is really switched on it, which is it's done through the stickers that that they don't muck around with the ball and they just make smart decisions when they've got the footy.
100%. And I would have been worried, given how much pressure Warrandyte have been able to put on Bulleen Templestowe, I would have been worried for your stickers and your other ball movers like a Jack Anderson as well, that their disposal would start to drop off a little bit. But no, they've been able to maintain a great degree of cleanliness with ball in hand throughout the day, and it's just that last kick inside 50, as I said, and I think we've all been saying that that is the one thing that's been letting them down, and I think it's less a disposal thing, more of a systems thing, and also just a credit to Warrandyte's backline as well to be able to cut off those options.
Well, they did that so well last week, particularly in the last quarter. I watched that final quarter for Bulleen Templestowe, and I was really impressed with them lowering their eyes, hitting up guys like Remington and some of their taller targets. They need to get back to that, and it probably is due to the Warrandyte pressure, but it's still not quite as noticeable, and it'll probably drop off in this second half, given how the conditions are on ground level. It's certainly, it's not obviously the warmest day, but it's still a bit of a factor, given there is a fair bit of sunlight out there today in comparison to previous weeks. I think they need to focus a bit more on that, lowering their eyes and hitting up their targets inside forward 50.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the scores around the grounds today. We'll start, Josh, with Premier Division. It is split rounds, only 2 games out at Vermont Recreation Reserve and South Belgrave. Start us off. What's happening in Premier Division today? Who's in front at halftime?
Well, it's Roval 60 leading South Belgrave 35, and Vermont hold a 4-goal lead over Bulleen. 8-3-51 the Eagles to Bulleen 9-3-27. So more scoring shots, just inaccurate kicking from the Tigers. Division 1, it is Boronia that leads over Bayswater 56-20. Beaconsfield 36 lead Moorabah 30. The Tigers of Mitcham 54 lead Park Orchards 28. North Ringwood are now out by 47 points, 79-32 out of Crombie Reserve. And I'm pretty sure Wanturna South led that at one stage as well, so it's a pretty fair effort. No update from Norwood and Montrose. Division 2, Ringwood still lead over Croydon 50-30 out of Croydon Oval. Surrey Park have hit the front against East Burwood 54-35. Heathmont lead over Mulgrave 39-35. Templestowe 46 to Lilydale 30, and Waverley Blues 66 to Scoresby 28. Division 3, Coldstream 56 lead Furniture Gully 21. Donvale now lead over the Basin 42-30. Knox 67 to Oakley District 18, and the White Horse Pioneers lead against Sylvan 46-38 out at Springfield Park. And then Division 4, Churnside Park 105 lead Nuttawading 21. Fair Park 54 lead Croydon North Emlock 28, and Doncaster 95 lead Forest Hill, just the 2 behind that game at Tramps Reserve.
Thanks, Josh. All those scores around the grounds. Keep you updated across the afternoon. Final thoughts here before we go to our last break. Josh, what happens from here? I don't know who you tipped at the start of the day, but where's your mind at? We're pretty much where we started. There's only 3 points in it.
I backed Bulleen Templestowe in. I think the home crowd will play a factor. It's past players' day out here as well, so
great crowd here.
It's a really good crowd, and that will certainly lift the players as well. Speaking with Shivsies before the game as well, it could go one of 2 ways. It could make the players a little bit edgy, and it could also lift them as well. I think it'll be the latter in this second half to get them over the line.
Jared?
I've been flipping back and forth. It's a really tough one. While I think Warrandyte's pressure is inevitably going to drop off, because that's just what happens, players get tired, etc., I still think that transition and their systems are a little bit more clean and a little bit more functional than those of Bulleen Templestowe. So I'm going to flip my tip from what it was at the start of the game from the Bullants now to the Bloods.
Yeah, I had the Bloods at the start of the day. I just think if they can start to convert a few more of those opportunities, they've had more than Bulleen Templestowe in the first half, they might be able to just get across the line. But a really fascinating second half to come. All the best for both sides. We're looking forward to getting stuck into it. We're going to take our last break here before the second half at the Taj.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back out to a picturesque Tedajani reserve out in Templestowe, because it's the home of the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants, and today they take on the Warrandyte Bloods in the top of the table clash in division football in our Eastland match of the round at half time. It's certainly shaping as one of those top 2 tussles, isn't it? It's a very low scoring affair. Both sides are really struggling to find the big stits, and at half-time, going on 3 quarters into the third term now, it is 4-9-33 Warrandyte leading Bulleen Temp 4-6-30, who had a chance to hit the lead late on the siren in that second term, but to no avail. But gentlemen, this is certainly shaping as a game that's going to go right down to the wire. Davo, it's got that feel that the scoreline really suggests 7-8 goals apiece, not the 4 goals, because it has been pretty free-flowing.
It has, and really, if you think about the shots that should have been taken, the scoreline should read, if it said 9-4 to 6-4, you'd probably understand and you go, yeah, that's fair enough, because you've got Warrandyte who have played better football than Bulleen Temp, but just haven't taken their chances, missed far too many, and probably Bulleen Temp, I think it's flattering them a little bit with the scoreboard. They kick some nice, clean goals, but I think their football around the ground has been fairly scrappy. Their ability, they've had some nice ball in the back half where they've slowed the game down, chipped the ball around, but their kicking between the arcs has been really average. Whereas I think Warrandyte have really worked hard, have used the ball well. Once they get it going, they kick the ball well and kick it into their forward line quite nicely. Probably Bulleen Team have won the contest around the stoppage. They've been able to get the quick kick out of the stoppage, but all in all, it's a 3-point lead, but it feels to me a little bit like Warrandyte should be a little bit further in front. But having said that, if you're Bulleen Temp, you'll take it. You'll take it. You haven't played well and you're only 3 points down. You'll certainly be pretty happy about that.
What's your take, Wayne Brescher, on your return to Division 4 football today?
Yeah, well, you know, a bit like Davo, I sort of think that you look at both sides and inexperience-wise, Bulleen Temp still look very, very young. And some of the mistakes that some of their players are making are probably a little bit amateurish, if you understand where I'm coming from. I just sort of think that the way they're moving the ball, as soon as they move forward, they're actually waiting for players from the back to sort of once again try and give that give and go handball, and they're actually throwing their players out of position.
Well, the third quarter is about to get underway, and here is Blake Tennant.
Yes, here we go. Second half action on here. The Eastland match of the round. Top of the ladder clash in 4th Division here. And Warrandyte kicking off where they were started in the first quarter. Really good hot footy. And they're going to try to do it again. 33 plays 30. And the top of the ladder clash. 4th Division here. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast on Facebook and YouTube around the globe. And of course, if you're just driving around the area on Radio Eastern 98.1. And here came Bulleen, Templestowe. They can get that one out, and that's going to go out of bounds on the full. And Warrandyte will have to stay with Josh Appleby. So, no, he's going to give it up to his teammate there in Cullen Hall. So, Jacob Cullen Hall will have to stay. And he will do proceedings with this kick here. Who's going to fire for Warrandyte? Bit of a push in the back, no call there. And it's going to be another ball up. Minutes into this third quarter. The Eastland match of the round. Football is going around and tackled immediately, and it's going to be another ball up. Probably about 2 metres away from where it was before. Ruck's going at it here. First to scoop this one up with Charlie Sizer. Goes inside 50. Who's going to get there? Stumps involved here. Tries to go for the one-hander. Nothing doing. And Grivis tackles, and that's going to be a ball up.
You almost get the impression that Stump's going to have a 5-minute period where he takes the game by the scruff of the throat, I reckon.
Fire balls it up. It's a quick ball down to Bulleen Temp, who go out wide. Jessup's the first one to meet it, trapped it well. Little snap over the body, no, down towards the wing position, knocked away. It's going to stay alive. Little flick over the top there by Pollock, but it was intercepted. Here's a go now for the Bullants. They can use the middle of the ground because the skipper's got some running Anderson and some space. Pokes it over the top now. Bouncing football on the paint of 50, swinging around on the right boot is Pekin, who goes goalward, going very long. Pekin right to the line. It might have stayed along. Sticker couldn't try to take the mark. We've heard a whistle. And has he been paid the mark on the line? Because that wasn't a mark.
Yeah, he has been paid the mark, BWS.
So Sticker,
kidding.
Jake Sticker, who was right on the line trying to shepherd the ball through, had a bite of it, but he dropped it straight away. And he'll come in and kick the easiest of goals.
I don't know about that one.
So Jakey Sticker kicked his second on the board. He joins Corey Shields as a multiple goal kicker for the Bullants. It's all a little bit... It's like a ghost town at the moment out here. You would have thought everyone's a little bit confused to what went on there, but nonetheless, they've drawn first blood, an important goal as well, 5-6-36, 3 minutes into the third term to 4-9-33.
And the way they've been able to do that was that they went inboard at the right time and then were able to open up the forward line really well with a cross kick, and that allowed them to then charge the ball forward. But, yeah, that was an unusual conversion, that one.
So play is about to resume. Sticker's got 2. The comp best and fairest winner from last year, and an umpire has found something, and it's going to go to Warrandyte in Hayton. The big ruckman. It's going to go deep inside the forward 50, I would think, with his big boot of his. But it goes to the top of the goal square, picking this one up here is Hodgson. He's tackled immediately. It's going to be a ball up.
Actually, I think he's done a really good job today, Hayton, in the ruck and around the ground. I think he's easily been the best big man on the ground.
Yeah. Speaking of, gets the clear here up there, snap around the corner. Who's going to fly here? And picking that one up there is Josh Sticker. Just trying to go for the footy here, trying to get first grabs on it here. Who's going to do that? And tackled immediately, and it's going to be a ball up, just nearly at the top of the 50 arc of Warrandyte's attacking 50 here. 36 plays 33. We've gone 4.5 minutes into this third quarter, the Premiership quarter, as some people will like to call it. This great game that we play. Ruck's going at it. Who's going to go after this one? Gets a short kick here. Who's going to get this one? Bulleen Templestowe do have that tackled immediately. And that was by Kyle Appleby. And it's going to be wrapped up through for a ball up.
So inside the forward 50 here for Warrandyte. Can they get the answer? Currently trailing by 3 points. Bulleen Temp drawing first blood here in the third term. Kick goes out wide. We've heard a whistle as Gribus has a snap on goal, which went right to the line as well. But it's going to come back.
Free again, stumped for a tackle that was a little bit too late.
Timmy Johnson, quick handball off. And Bulleen Temp driving the ball out of that danger zone out towards the Martino direction, who had a relatively quiet second term after coming out of the gates early. Seen over the boundary line and out of bounds.
And again, they're the targets they've got to hit. When they want to transfer the ball out, they've got to hit those targets.
Pye throws it in now. It was a very, very shallow one at the fall of the ball. A quick kick up by Sticker up towards the wing position. Over the back there, Harge on the right boot. Kicks it up towards centre half forward. Remington took it. They've got the run of play here. Inside forward 50. Here's another go for the Bullants. It was a good kick too. Spilling it at the crucial stage was Sticker. You wouldn't read about it. It dropped it like a hot potato. And the umpire's not going to gift him that one like the last one, and we'll have a ball up about 25 metres out directly in front.
I do like the positioning of Sticker as a one-out forward at the moment. I think that's clever.
Going at it now, little toe poke by Appleby. Nicely done. Handball by Hodgson over the top. Series of handballs will get them out of that danger zone and they can use the middle of the ground. It's the fastest way home as the kick went up towards the stump direction, but he was outnumbered that time because Tarongaloo took it, kicked it in towards the middle. Sticker sold a little bit of candy, goes inside forward 50. What a beautiful kick that was. They just seem at the moment across that half forward line to have a lot of space, the Bullants.
They do, and again, it was a ball that was brought in through the middle. So Sticker got by himself into the middle, brought it to him, then he was able to use the ball and kick outside to a much more open forward line.
But it's the only time really that they've took control of the corridor.
Yep.
They've been going all the wings all afternoon.
So Jack Pekin will have a shot from 45 out. He's having a terrific season for the Bullants. We're right behind him here. Goes Goldwood. It's a beautiful kick off the boot. And they've got two in a row out here, the Bulleen Templestowe side. And we've got a past players day here today, and they're going to be right behind their boys and bring it home in the last 45 minutes or so. Bendigo Bank scoreboard at the 7.5 minute mark of this third term. A very handy 9-point lead to the home side. Paul Yaconi down the end.
Yeah, Warrandyte are on top of the clearances in this third quarter so far, 5-2.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, those fellas in that marquee down there on the far left there are a bit quiet. I can't really hear them, but I'm sure if you know a past players day, it can be
free
very
kick
vocal.
for Bulleen Temp.
Yes, indeed. As Quinn gets the clearance, looking for Harge, tackled immediately. It's going to be a ball up just behind the Warrandyte reserves boys. Just having a good old time there on the grass. Summer's day, of course. Tackled. It's going to be a high tackle. It's going to go to Daniel Martino.
I think Warrandyte have got to be careful here because Bulleen Temp have got a little bit of momentum occurring and they've just got to control the game a little bit, Warrandyte. Otherwise, this could get away from them.
So Martino goes deep inside the 450 to Harge. Almost couldn't mark. Warrandyte doing well in the defensive arc here. Johnson, the champion, just spoils it out. Couldn't get there. But plenty of red jumpers in Warrandyte. Get around this. Centre of the broadcast wing where we are at the moment. Gribus, can he try to scoop this one up? Couldn't. Appleby gets the hand pass. This is good pressure here. Gribus goes on the outer side.
I reckon
at the
it's
centre of
kicking
the
it for the
ground.
runner there nearly.
Centre of the ground here at Warrandyte. They get a kick there. That was by Bradford. And fine stuff. Surely he can kick his second goal. He's just I'll say he's going to kick this on the 50 arc, but probably 47 metres on.
And once again, Warrandyte stretched that Bulleen Temp when they pushed them all across and then went over again, took control of the midfield, and that just opened the rest of the forward line for Stumpf to run into.
So Stumpf now can line up and kick his second. This would be Warrandyte 6 as well. Can line up. Go on, pipe moves to the right, and it's going to be spoiled, and it's going to be a boundary throw in. So it'll be a boundary throw in.
Well, that's a good result there for Warrandyte.
So no score, but it'll be a boundary throw-in for this play. It's going to be deep inside. Warrandyte's attacking 50. Who's going to get there? Stump tries to pick this one up. Has another go at it. Gribus, and that's going to go out of bounds on the full.
For a behind.
Yes, indeed. I thought that was out of bounds on the full.
I tell you what, you need the lights on just in that pocket. It's impossible to see.
Certainly is dark. So we have an 8-point margin out here. 42 plays 34 as Timmy Johnson on the right boot, driving it out of that danger zone. Out in front, good mark there. Marcel Hage has really started well in this third term in the opening 10 minutes. Presenting very nicely up towards the wing position. Going underneath and taking good mark was Hanrahan. So the big ruckman now wants to use the far side once again up towards the half-forward line. It was a 3-on-1 situation. Really hard for Remington. In from the side there, Corey Shields couldn't release the footy over the boundary line. It goes right near the Warrandyte dugout.
See, I'd like to see him go short then and then bring it inside instead of the long down the line.
Yeah, they still won't play that mid. They still won't play the corridor, Bulleen Temp.
At the stoppage, Blakely took it and raced away with it and thumped it about 50 metres and found touch. We'll have a boundary throw in across the half-forward line for Warrandyte, right in front of the only unmanicured part of Taj Ajani Reserve. It looks like they need a big mower to go out there and sort that over the fence.
Or a big bloody whippersnipper.
Yes, that'd probably work better. Umpire throws it in now. Hanrahan weighed his way to the front, got 2 fists on it for the ball. Blakely went in after it. Might be advantage paid here because he copped one high. It should have been because Appleby was going to run in. That was almost a definition of advantage, but the umpire had already called it back. And
there's a bit going on here as well.
Be a free kick to Darcy Blakely, I presume, and a 25-metre penalty to boot.
Yeah, and Zach Hanrahan is very ginger after that scuffle as well, so he was clutching at his knee. We'll keep a close eye on that one.
But a 25-metre free kick to Warrandyte.
Yeah, so it's going the way of Darcy Blakely, so almost to where the ball was kicked to advantage.
That's a big 25
No, it's gigantic.
That's fantastic. If you
Can I buy real estate off you, Umpire Lou?
So, after a 40-metre penalty, it'll be Darcy Blakely to have a shot on goal. Now, he's only 30 metres out. He's almost directly in front. Class act, class player, should put it through and does put it through. They get the answer they wanted, the Warrandyte Football Club, after trailing by 8 points. The margin is back to 2. 42 plays 40.
Well, you're right, BWS. This is a typical 1 versus 2 game. Both sides not really giving an inch, but they're just setting themselves up. You know, 1 minute one side looks like they're going to take control, but the other one pegs it back. There's going to be a lot of swings and roundabouts before this game's done and dusted.
It'll be interesting to see now that they've got 2 of their talls off. I think Bulleen Temp, so they lost Ellery, and I think they've also lost Hanrahan. So 2 of their taller players have gone off, and it'll change up their ruck situation. I think they've now had to go to Michael Watts maybe in the ruck.
I think it's Jack Pekin who looks to be taking this. Lance?
Thank you for comment.
Yeah, he's right.
So 2 rucks going at it here. Good hit out there, but Warrandyte again got the clearance. They get that big boot inside the forward 50. Who's going to get there here? Almost mucked there. That was by Bowow. Plenty of Bulleen. Templestowe Johnson gets the kick. And this one, he's got an unlikely bounce. Bit of a high tackle, but the umpire doesn't fall for it. It's going to be a ball up. 14 minutes in. Bulleen Templestowe led by 2 points in the third quarter here. Blakey's probably been Warrandyte's best player today, and that's going to be rolling out. It's going to be a boundary throw-in.
I think he and Hodgson have worked really well in the midfield today.
2 rucks going at it. Who's going to get there first? Gribus gets the kick. And that one might be a ball up. It will be 2.
See the sun in the eyes of our boundary riders out there today. They almost needed the pink umbrella as a parasol with the sunshine coming through today. Go to Paul Yaconi.
Got a score from Div 3, Donvale 9,660 to the Basin 6,642.
As I said, BWS, looking forward to getting a tan today.
I mean, you're wearing a beanie while doing it. I love your work. As it comes out now, Blakely up towards the half-forward line. He's spun his player off and a little bit of holding the man action going there. So a free kick going the way of Allery. Wants to switch it in. Almost didn't go the required distance. I tell you what, Josh Sticker gives a quick handball away and they'll use the middle of the ground. The kick has to be perfect, though. Getting underneath it there. Anderson got the handball received. Thumps it on his boot inside forward 50. Which way is this going to fall? It's a 2-on-2 situation. Here's Shields around the body. He's already kicked 2. He'd love a third one. Will it go all the way? It will not. It went across the face of goal. That was almost an absolute ripper. Minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, increasing their lead to 6-7-43 to 5-10-40.
And again, their ability to bring the ball back through the middle. They've got to just keep doing that. Every time they do, they're able to open up their forward line.
Paul Yaconi.
Got some scores in Div 1. Mitcham 9-14-68 to Park Orchards 5-5-35. And North Ringwood 12-9-81 to Wanney South 7-2-44.
Sorry, Paul.
Great recovery there.
I thought I saw your hand up.
No. Yeah. I got John Blackman told me you wanted to have a little chat. So great recovery there, Paul. Love your work, mate. As Warrandyte out of the back pocket. On the right boot, drives it down the wing position. An up and under kick, stump to come a long way out from goal and banging it on his boot there was Blakely out into space. It might sit up beautifully here for Gribus. Gribus of the Will variety has time. He has one bounce. He'll shoot towards goal. Which way will this one go, you little beauty? Fantastic goal. Will gets one after his brother Jack's already kicked 2. And Warrandyte regain the lead in style out here at Tajani Reserve.
And that's the second time they've been able to kick a goal like that in this game, Warrandyte. The ability for them to push their forwards up, then they kick the ball over the top of the forward line, they turn it around and run, and that was a nice goal, a nice finish. So, it's a good game. We've got a cracking game on our hands at the moment.
And once again, Dave, it was this side of the ground.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Warrandyte have hit back in this contest here. 2 goals apiece for both sides, so they're both hitting their fires in this contest here in the third quarter, the Premiership quarter of this Eastland match of the round. They get a kick in, clearance kick to Bulleen. Templestowe tuck it immediately. It's going to be another ball up. Approaching time on, 7.5 minutes in. Bulleen, Templestowe 43, Warrandyte 46. Top of the ladder clash, can't beat it here. They get a kick. That was by Jessup. Intercept mark taken for Warrandyte. And that was by Prubrick. And a good mark taken. That was by Charlie Sizer.
That's an excellent mark, wasn't he? Under a lot of pressure then.
Coming from North Ringwood, of course. Wants to have a bit more senior opportunity, does Charlie Sizer. Mark taken. So things down. For the right option. Mark was taken by Moore. They'll try to get this one going for Warrandyte. They do so. But it's smothered ball. And this one might be a ball up, it will be.
Great smother that too. He jumped in the air. It might have actually hurt him, or he's got a cramp or something after it. But great smother.
Outside wing at the moment. Low scoring contest. Remember the last time we were here, it was Bulleen Templestowe got a 2-point victory over Warrandyte around this sort of scoreline here. So,
46-44 or something, Blake?
Something like that, yes. But the Bulleen Templestowe wanted a out of bounds, but Warrandyte take the advantage. Looking for Stumpf, couldn't get there. Plenty of Bulleen Templestowe numbers around this ball. But Warrandyte got the answers down the back there. Appleby fumbled that one, but they get the short chipping ball to Warrandyte. They go back inside 50 to the stump direction. Great mark taken, and he can line up and kick his second.
So was that Hodgson's kick? It might have been.
Yes, it was.
Again, just a great pick-up under pressure and kick to the dangerous area. And, Stump was in the right spot then. He had the drop on the ball and the defenders who were all in front of him had to turn around and,
Surely he doesn't miss this.
So Gabriel Stump, he's kicked 5 behinds today. He's kicked the 1 goal so far. And
he's missed.
And he's missed right in front.
He's hit the post.
He's made an absolute meal out of that one. And that is now, he's 6 behind for the day. 1 goal 6 for Gabriel Stump. He's kicked half the behinds for today's game for Warrandyte. 6-11-47 to Bulleen Templestowe. 6-7-43. 20 minutes in, approaching time on.
They are definitely using the black poles behind as their goal line, I reckon.
Little handball over the top, Pubrick. It might link up okay for Appleby. Backwards to go forwards. They'll have another go inside forward 50. And Sammy Olsen takes the mark. He'll kick from just on 50 metres. It might be a little bit beyond him here, but a little bit indecisive, but he's decided he's going to go back and have a ping.
The one thing about this game at the moment is both sides are playing about 2 to 3 minutes of football, which make them look like they're going to be winners. And then all of a sudden the other side come back and take control.
Yeah.
It's a really hard game, this one.
I just think it's Warrandyte's use of the football, which has just been better overall. Just not when they're kicking for goal.
Sam Olsen now kicks right on the 50, going goalward, pushing it to the left-hand side. It had the carry, but not the accuracy. And through for 1 behind. 21 and a half minutes gone here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
There must be something in those goalposts. There's got to be a magnetic force of some description.
It's a 5-point lead as Hamish McLean brings the ball back in for the Bullants. Intended target out there was Harsh, couldn't trap it. Once again, the Bloods go inside forward 50. Nice knock away that time by Simonson. In there was Blakely, little handball out wide, but to no avail. Ghosh was right there to see it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right in front of the Tempe Hotel site. Blakey, you would have been there a few times at Tempe.
I'm not a Templestowe man, unfortunately.
No, he's a Dorset boy.
Oh, yeah, dirty Dorset, I forgot. That came out now, Jimmy Johnson. Going into the Friday night overweights as it comes in up towards the Olsen direction. It goes in towards a forward pocket where Kobe Gilmore takes the mark.
If it wasn't dirty Dorset, it was Daisy's back in the day.
They pulled that pub down for that reason.
For the very reason.
No one wanted to go there anymore.
Well, BWS doesn't like Lillo, I've gathered, so can't say that.
Kobe Gilmore.
He's played all right, this young kid. He's done some good things today, Gilmore.
Yeah. They've been peppering the goals. They trailed by 9 only a short time ago, and now they lead by 6. They've had their opportunities in the last 5 minutes or so to really create a gap on this game, but tell you what, Bulleen Temp, they just won't go away at the moment. And as we hit the 23rd minute mark of this third term, it's still a goal. The difference is a risky kick comes in as Gribus cuts it off. Will Gribus, who we saw only 3 or 4 minutes ago, kick a goal on the run from this exact position. Maybe he has the class and the finishing touch.
I tell you what, I'm really impressed with this kid. He's got a nice set of hands. He moves well. He plays that half forward wing role and. Yeah, I think he's got a good future in front of him this year, this boy.
Well, he's coming in for goal number 3.
Well, Jack's kick 2. What can Will do? Famous name down at the Warrandyte Football Club, the Gribus name, as he goes goalward now. He'll kick it across the face. Will it still stay alive? It's right on the teeth of goal, eventually flicked through. They had their chances, but really well done there by Hamish McLean to get a timely knock on that just to force the rush behind. 7-point margin out here at Taj Ajani.
Yes, indeed. 24 minutes in. The outer wing. Deep inside. Tackle immediately. It's going to be another ball up for this contest. Approaching 3-quarter time. Warrandyte have pretty much, I would say, have done the attacking on this contest. Early stages, Sizer gets a kick. Spoiled out there. That was by McLean, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
Well, I think Bulleen Temp probably dominated the opening 10, 12 minutes, and I think Warrandyte have returned serve in the last 12 minutes.
The umpire's called a whistle here.
It's for a Warrandyte bloke who's coming off the ground.
Yep, that's going to be Charlie Sizer, unfortunately. That's a big blow for Warrandyte.
It is.
Ends his game.
It is a big play, but the contest with the ball is almost 100 metres away.
You should not be calling stoppage for that.
Anyway, we've got Paul O'Coney in the stat centre.
Yeah, inside 50s this quarter are 12-8 in favour of Warrandyte, 8-4 clearances in favour of Warrandyte.
Thank you, Paul. Keeping us updated. We'll get him going in around the grounds shortly as the tackle's late. It's going to be a ball up.
I've got a couple if you want them, Blakey.
Yeah, I think the Ringwood Croydon one stands out.
No, I've got a couple of Prem ones.
Oh, well, we always talk about that. We'll talk about it a bit later as the ball ramples out.
Oh, righty-ho.
You're copping it
I think we've got a bit of time. If you've got the score, I'll bring them off.
Tell you what, if you've got the Vermont score, have the Montrose score as well, and then he'll be happy.
Okay, quickly, Brush.
Fairsies.
No, wait till the next.
Anderson gets it out. Speaking of Vermont Legion, Timothy Johnson gets that one, but it's going to go out of bounds on the full with Hayton.
He hasn't even looked inside there, and he had Gribus standing by himself inside the middle, ready to go.
So we'll snap around the corner, and this one is 2 going to Appleby. Blake Brasher, here we go.
Rival 83, South Belgrade 43, Vermont 71, Baldwin 41.
So there you go. Could be the end of the Tigers season.
It's a bit early yet, Blake. Still got a quarter and a bit to go.
I think you're home, Brash. You're very harsh. You're a very harsh critic of Vermont.
You sound like a Collingwood supporter the way you're worried about.
Paul O'Coney?
Well, Wanney South have got back into the game against North Ringwood. North Ringwood 12-9-81 to Wanney South 11-2-68.
Geez, they were down by a few goals. But yeah, that's good.
I was hoping you'd say that Norwood had got back into the game against Montrose, and they have. It's 40-52.
Oh, wow, yes. Jeez. That's a bit of bit of a shock down there at Mullen Reserve. That's the 2 rucks going at it. That was the kick there. That was by McLean. Trying to get this one up is Appleby. He does so with a dribbling kick, and that's going to roll out. It's going to be in a bounce on the full.
Just on Norwood as well, it was great to see that Brett Moyle was reappointed as coach for season 2027. Saw that during the week, and always been a fantastic contributor to the EFNL media team over a long period, and a great senior coach as well. As Bulleen Temp now driving the ball down the wing position. Haj was there at the fall of the ball. Arnold gets a little handball away to the run of Sticker, who's pulled down in a strong tackle there by Nelson. It scoots out the back. They've still worked it forward, but Olsen had the time and the poise to slow things down, and Bradford takes the mark across half-back for Warrandyte. The old switcheroo is on if he wants it, and Pubrick made some space out wide, got the run, handball received. Now they can use the grandstand side, the Bloods, because they've got the numbers up on the half-forward line. Handball over the top. Here's Appleby, darts around. He got it from Gilmore. He'll squeeze a kick inside forward 50. Right. Oh, that was poetic from Warrandyte. End-to-end football as Gribus takes the mark. This is Will. He'll kick from just outside the 50. He wants to waste no time as well. Thumps the ball long. It's very long. It's perfectly placed through the behinds.
It is difficult to see down there because there are those black posts behind it. That was great play, but you could see it happening.
The trees are also perfectly straight as well. I just noticed there's a couple of those.
Ruined the high white reel. Good on you, Will. As it comes out now, it's an 8-point lead. They just won't put the Bullants away here, and if they can snag one on the eve of three-quarter time, they'll be up and about the home side as Remington takes the mark on the wing position. They need to keep the ball moving. It's almost 29 minutes tick over as the handball away went to Shields up towards the wing position, but down taking a knee that time was Elliot Pubrick. He takes the mark across half-back.
Well, they are expounding a lot of energy, Bulleen Temp, trying to keep in the contest. They just keep going around the wing. They've got to try and make a decision about trying to take some ownership of the corridor.
So McLean does the kicking duties. usually, and he does that one with a beautiful kick of his, but he's intercepted by a Warrandyte player, and that's going to be 3/4 time. It's an 8-point lead going into the final change here. Warrandyte 6:15.51 to Bulleen Templestowe 6:7.43. This is it, third quarter, and we'll go quickly for the goal kickers for the game as well. 2 for Shields and Sticker, and singles to Remington and Pekin. And for Warrandyte, 2 to Gribus, 2 for Blakey, and 1 for Stumpf and Jack Gribus. All right, we've got a big grandstand finish to come in for the last quarter. We're going to take a short break, and then after this, we'll assemble the call team, get a coach's interview, and then you'll hear the first bounce straight after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Ted Ajani Reserve, the top of the table clash in the Eastland match of the round. It's Division 4 football at its best today. It's low scoring, but it's tight and it's tough and it's 1v2. And that's the way it's going at the moment. Warrandyte leading by 8 points at 3/4 time. 6 goals, 15. Struggling to find the big sticks today. 51. They lead Bulleen Temp, who will be looking to come home with the Thunder today. 6-7-43. Quarters 1, 2 and 3 have seen both sides kick 2 goals apiece. It's a low-scoring affair, and it's an interesting one to see which way this will go. You get the feeling that if Warrandyte get the first goal, they're going to take some sort of stopping. There's no doubt about that. But the game is still anyone's, Davo.
It certainly is, and the one thing about Bulleen Temp is that we've seen through the scores over the last number of weeks, they finish their games off really well. They come home well. They like this ground. They play the ground well. They definitely haven't had the amount of ball in the way that they wanted to, like Warrandyte have had. But they're still there, and Warrandyte are letting them still be there.
Guys, I've got
Cross down to Jared Beanland with Jake Whitling.
Thanks, Ben. I've got Jake Whitling down here. Mate, that was a really good third quarter. You said it was Warrandyte football, and I can't disagree. That was your frontal pressure in your transition game. What do you need to do to finish it off this quarter?
At the end of the day, just more ownership around kicking the footy, kicking the goals, and just that last bit of polish. Yeah, transition, contest, and rebounds all there for us. The last bit, that final third, we cleaned that up. Like we said, it's a Warrandyte game. But then again, have to do it. So it's on the group to get it done.
Absolutely. And a word on Charlie Sizer as well?
Yeah, he's right to go. He's back out there now. So.
Great stuff there. Jared Beanland with the senior coach Jake Whitling for Warrandyte. Let's cross down to Josh Ward, who was over with Andrew Verga and the Bulleen Temp boys at three-quarter time. No doubt those guys are fired up for a big final turn.
Yeah,
Josh.
they were. It was a fired-up message from Andrew Verga as well, who's still very vocal as we head into this final quarter. But they knew it was going to be a grind, and they needed 4 quarters to get over the line, and he feels like Bulleen Templestowe need to start playing their brand of footy. They're going to isolate Jake Sticker and Matt Jessup inside forward 50. Sticker a little bit ginger with his back, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. And has been impressed with Josh Sticker so far this game, and is asking his mids and forwards to follow in his footsteps, work hard on defence and attack.
Just to add to what Josh is saying as well, Zach Hanrahan is out there and ready to go off the bench now.
Doing a great job, boys, at boundary side this afternoon as players make their way to position. There's 30 minutes of football remaining. We know, we get that feeling, these two sides, it's not the last time they'll meet for the season, but they'll take some tallying on who will take home the 4 points today. Here's the final term with Blake Tennant.
Here we go, a grandstand finish, top of the ladder clash. This is what you want to see. The two best sides at the moment for 4th Division footy taking place in the centre stage here. Mark taken, that was by Gribus, hasn't he? Had a good say in this game. He kicked 2 goals for the small forward himself. He was looking to go to his brother or cousin. There's a hand pass is laid, centre of the ground. Down here at Tedajani Reserve. What a contest this is at the moment. It's building up here. Mills goes deep inside the 450 looking for Sticker. Tackled immediately, and it's going to be a ball up here deep inside the forward 50 of Bulleen Templestowe. They desperately need the first goal of the day to set themselves up for this huge last quarter here. Getting this ball was Hanrahan. They're going to try get around here. Plenty of Warrandyte jumpers. Taylor gets it on his boot. Mark taken. That was by Johnson, the champ. Can go inside 450 with a kick like that. It's a good kick. Goes to Sticker. That's Josh. Goes inside 50 and a mark taken. That was by Jessup.
That was very good hands, and that ball was coming pretty hard. A big reach.
Spearing ball.
It was. He taken a really nice mark, and they're just got to be a bit careful, Warrandyte. They're allowing the Stickers too much easy ball around the contest. They just got to close up on them a little bit more and let them scrap it a bit. They're getting too much easy stuff.
So Jessup, the Bulleen Templestowe faithful, would love to see this go through. Big stage, big contest. Jessup to kick the Bullants in front of the ball game, and it's through for a behind.
Hit the post.
So disappointing finish. 6-8-44. To Warrandyte, 6:15 to 51. 2 minutes in to this final quarter. Ben Warren Smith.
The fact that he's hit the post, I think he's closer than anyone else so far at the end.
The hyphen Cullen Hall came in, taking a mark there was Will Gribus. What a second half. He's having fantastic play up towards the wing position at the fall. The ball charging through was Johnson. Got a little handle on, a little topo, kicking in danger by Appleby, surely against Oakley Smith.
It was
because he nearly kicked in the head.
It's what he wanted to do because Stump was by himself, but a great bit of play here for this young boy to come out and take that kick.
Oakley Smith, a very similar action to Peter Sumich, helicopter punch style up towards half forward line, spinning around Pisani. He's been quiet up towards the wing position underneath it there. Jack Henderson, the skipper, took the mark, got it to Johnson. Quick handball away. Kick goes up towards centre half forward, but Oscar Hodgson right underneath that one, and he's a bull, isn't he? He kicks it in towards the middle of the ground. He kept it low for Gilmore, who had waste no time as well up towards the half forward line. Here's a go for the Bloods inside forward 50. Oh, big fly over the back. They've got it at Blakely. at the 4. The ball got the handball away just in the nick of time. Charging in after it. Taylor played for the free kick. It was unbecoming. And now here's a chance for the Bullants across the half-back line. Blakely kicks it, Anderson, I should say, kicks it down the throat, though, of Pisani. Had a couple of touches. Swings around on the left boot now up towards the half-forward line. Didn't hit his target on the full, but Gribus was there. Got the handball received from Taylor. Pokes it in towards the forward pocket. Sun got in all players' eyes as the quick kick comes out. And the steady mark taken by Jack Anderson, who got it away to Johnson. Chips it through the middle of the ground. They're linking up well. Quinn got it away to Sticker. Back to Quinn. Scrubber of a kick in towards the middle of the park. Strong tackle there by Shields to keep the ball alive, bringing his opponent Charlie Sizer to ground, and we'll have a ball up right in the middle here in this final term at the 4-minute mark. It's a 7-point lead to Warrandyte, and they'll charge forward again. Here's Taylor on the right boot, up towards centre half forward. Blakely was underneath it, knocked away from him at the 4. The ball, Pisani again on the left boot. He's a neat. He's got good skills, and he spots up Kyle Appleby in the forward pocket, but he'll still kick from about 40 metres out. But finally, some clear play and a shot on goal.
I tell you what, the ball's just gone up and down the ground, free-flowing the last 5 minutes. It's been pretty good footy to watch, really.
It has been, but no one still can't get any, can't get that break, Davo. They're just...
And there's a lot of kicks for goal that are coming from wide at the moment.
Appleby set sail for goal. It's going to go across the face. It'll sit right at the teeth of goal. Gribus was there, little kick off the ground, Sticker. He has to do something with it here. He had a fair bit of space in the end and was able to run out of that danger zone. Got the handball received straight back there from Hanrahan. Sticker now on the left, has to go out towards the wing position. He was put under a bit of pressure. Gilmore was there to mop up the pieces for Warrandyte. Little bit of a hospital handball over the top, looking for Sizer. Brought to ground in a strong Corey Shields tackle, and we'll have a ball up right on the wing.
Yes, indeed. No score or goals kicked just yet. Have we got a grandstand finish here? Gilmore goes deep inside the forward 50. A spoiled ball. But Bulleen, Templestowe recover well. They get a boot. And it's going to be... Oh, this might be holding the ball. It is. It's going to be holding the ball. It's going to go to Bulleen, Templestowe. Shields has got it. 2 goals today. Looking for the right option. Not taking the risk. As they go into the outer side, broadcast directly in front of the Bulleen Templestowe huddle. And an intercept mark taken, but it's going to be a push in the back. And that might be 25. It will be. And Hodge will have this say.
Wonder if he'll give him a 40 again.
Plays on immediately. Plenty of Bulleen Templestowe jumpers around this one. Martino, snap around the corner. That's a goal, I think. It is. Well, we've got a finish coming here down here. Tarjani Reserve here. What a goal that is. That is well and truly the Taman Brothers goal of the day. Contender, that's the front runner.
It was a mongrel punt for a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. That was almost the definition of one.
So Daniel Martino had a great first quarter, as Ben Warren Smith was alluding to. And followed through there. What's your thoughts there, Wayne?
Sorry. I'll just say that they nearly made the biggest meal of that. They had the 25-metre penalty. They ran 10 and then kicked it inside forward 50. But I tell you what, they just kept trying. And that's a lucky goal, but a good one and a team lifter.
Yeah, just luck's a fortune there. Sometimes you just got to make your own luck.
Back to a 1-point ball game. Knocked down that time there by Hanrahan. Who's going to win out? Nicely done there by Shields. On the right boot, goes inside forward 50. Ball bounces at the back. They've got the numbers here, the Bloods. He's had Jan on hands and knees. He'll have support in Pollock, who's happy to be wrapped up.
I tell you what, the changes occurred since Hanrahan's come back on the ground to go into the ruck. He's changed things in the ruck for Bulleen Temp.
Big knock over the top there. Trying to pick up the football was Jessup, did well. Pollock was there to put the pressure on. Pubrick, handball over the top, looking for Habjan. Boundary line beats all, and we'll have a boundary throw in. It's only about 25 metres out from the Bulleen Temp goal line. They trail by 1 point. It's been a close game all day. 8 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Umpire to bring the ball back into play now. Once again, another shallow one. It was almost needed a repeat. The umpire said no. Josh Dicker came barging his way through, hit a brick wall of Jacob Cullum Hall, and we'll have a ball up. Quick restart here. Hanrahan got it away. Sticker on the left boot. Just when we thought we might have got the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, Sticker comes in with a bit of class, and the Bullants hit the front by 5 points.
And that was just a magnificent piece of ruck work and a great piece of forward craft. Yep. And I think that's been the difference in the... While Stump has missed some goals, don't get me wrong, he has. They've had nothing from their small forwards up at Warrandyte. They've just had no ability to be able to kick those sneaky goals.
Paul Coney?
Yeah, got a score in Divi 3, 15 and a half minutes gone the last quarter. The Basin 12-6-78 to Donvale 11-7-73.
Jeez, Wayne Brush is excited. It's hit the Basin, he was telling me. I think we have one other as well to the Basin. I can't remember. I think it was Josh Moore.
I tipped the Basin.
And Davo too, so there you go. Josh is still trying to beat me in the tipping comp, but that will take some time. So as play resumes, tackle his lane, it's going to be a ball up. Got a few wrong this week, so...
Yeah, we get it. We know how far you are in front.
No, I'm not that in front. Spider's two behind me, I think. As Blakey gets the clearance kick, he does so. Snapping ball. Looking for Stump, but stealing. Oakley Smith, what a player this is. First game for the club today. And a mark is taken. That was by Harrison Taylor. He's going to be composed, slowing things down. Goes to the old scoreboard end here. Mark was almost taken.
Ooh.
The Warrandyte faithful were just like, where was the mark there? It's a 5-point ball game at the moment. Bulleen Templestowe lead. If you just joined us, 56 plays 51, 10 minutes in to this final quarter. And that might be holding the ball. The umpire hesitant, but didn't call it. It's going to be a ball up. Jeez, the pressure's lifted, hasn't it? Now, Brush and...
yeah, it has, and I'm glad that the umpire's letting it go a bit too.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've umpired really well this last quarter.
Because you don't want to be pulling them up for every single little tackle, and you've got to get it out.
So there you have it. So we've got a very tight game, a grandstand finish. Top of the ladder clash in 4th Division. Double chance is very vital. You want it in this competition with 4 teams only making it this year. As this is good ball movement by Bulleen. Templestowe, Harge takes the mark. He's got to play for a hand pass. He goes for the man himself. I believe that's Jessup. And that's going to go through for a behind. So that moves the score to 8-9-57 to Warrandyte 6-15, 51, 11 minutes in. We've got a grandstand finish here, Ben Warren
Gee,
Smith.
they could have put the pressure right on them then, Warrandyte, if they had scored them Bulleen Temp.
Dropping the mark at the crucial stage there was Sharp. He'll hit the deck as well to lay the make-up tackle. And we'll have a ball up. Still across the half-forward line here for Bulleen Temp.
So they've got Stump up at centre forward and Beasley's gone to full forward.
Little handball out wide. It'll be a snap around the body there by Ghosh in towards the forward pocket. Darting around Remington. Snap around the body on the left boot. And up and under kick right to the hot spot. And the mark has been taken. It hasn't been paid to Harge. He thought he'd claim that one.
I think he was about the 4th or 5th guy who had hands.
Yeah, I think so.
Tried to fool the umpire. He'll have another go at it. A quick palm down that time. Straight in there into the path of Quinn. Tried to get release of football, but Sticker got it. Little scrambler kick right to the line. Can it keep alive? Remington does just that. On the left boot. Squeezed to kick back out. This might still work out okay for Mills. Couldn't quite trap it. Gribus came in. Got the handball away. Scrambling kick from both sides. It's still alive. 15 metres out. Quinn. Handball backwards. They'll set something up here. The kick goes goalward. Will it go through? Has it gone through for a goal? No. It must have hit the post or something. Ghosh, he had a go. Ghosh, oh my gosh. Unbelievable. 7 points is the margin out here. We've gone almost 13 minutes in this final term.
Jeez. Kick out.
That's a great kick. That is a great kick into the middle.
Sharp. Kenny Sharp, these Warrandyte boys up here with this kick here. He goes for the sharp kick. gets spoiled away, and it's going to be a boundary throw in.
And that wasn't the kick. You don't need to be kicking it out to that far area where it gets defended out of bounds far too easily.
Let's go to Paul Laconey.
In Divi 1, Park Orchards have got it back to 15 points. Mitcham 11-16-82 to Park Orchards 10-7-67.
The Shark attack is coming. Jessup scoops this one up and goes inside. Mark almost taken, not taken there. Quinn's around this ball. A lot of Warrandyte players around that one behind the ball. I reckon that is.
Got to pay
it. It is.
Tell you what, their frontal pressure this quarter has been outstanding, Bulleen Temp.
Gage with the advantage and gets it inside to the Hards direction, but it's intercepted there. That was by Nick Sharp again. He's got Appleby here if he wants him. He does so. Goes for him. Fine name of the Warrandyte Footy Club, the Appleby name. The old man looks after the grand in Warrandyte. Had to mention that one. It's good to see. Great pub. Got second best, I think, in the best of Melbourne. So they go inside, do Warrandyte. Plenty of Bulleen jumpers around this one. McLean.
You finally earned your drink card,
I was going to say, exactly that.
It's a great pub. One of the best in Melbourne. Get down there if you can. There's the two rucks going at it. Who's going to try and get the next one here? It's going to be another ball up.
I almost feel, Davo, if Bulleen can snare a goal or even a point, it could be the way the game's panning out. They probably could win it from there.
Well, they haven't scored, have they, Warrandyte this quarter?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so too. As Hayden goes, finds his teammate, Beasley. He's looking for the stump direction, I reckon. He's one-on-one against Oakley Smith. Gets the clearance, gets the mark. Here we go.
I thought he'd stuff that up, really, to be quite honest, playing on and nearly kicking into the back of his opponent, but he needed to get the ball into that area, and gee whiz, what's this boy thinking of this?
One
this
goal
very
six,
moment?
Davo. He's going for
What is he thinking?
This could either be 2 goals 6 or 1 goal 7. Gabriel Stump. When the game needs you, Gabriel, this is the moment. And he does so. Go umpire doesn't move. That's his second of the day, but he's also kicked 2 goals 6 and with a celebration too, if you don't mind. And suddenly, it's back to 1 point at the moment. 7:15:57 to Bulleen. Templestowe 8:10:58. 15 minutes in. We'll go to Paul shortly, but we'll go to boundary side for comment.
Thanks, Blake. So Zach Hanrahan was off for a bit of a spell just in the past 5 minutes. I was going to say that Taylor Hayton didn't have the impact around the stoppages that I thought he should have with his main opponent off, but he just ripped it out of that ruck contest and earned them the goal.
Paul Yaconey.
Final score in Div 4, Fair Park 13-9-87 to Croydon North Emlock 12-7-79.
Darting around Pekin, almost could have been pinged for holding the ball. What a super tackle it was by Pubrick, and it's been rewarded as well. We've got a 1 point ball game. The home side hold the lead out here as Harry Taylor takes the mark across the half back line. They'll use the far side of Tedajani. Leading out there was Gilmore on the right boot now. Pokes it up even further forward. Goes over all players' heads. Good strong tackle. Ooh. Jackie Gribus over the back. And right near the Warrandyte dugout where they're all up and about. The pacing of Jake Whitling out there, senior coach. Tensions are high. We've gone 16, almost 17 minutes in this final term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Barging his way through. There was Bradford, released it just in the nick of time. Hanrahan was in there as well. Gilmore now on the right boot. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. It might stay alive, and Johnson would be happy to see that go over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Again, this is where they need the small forwards. They need to get a clearance here, Warrandyte.
Just inside the forward arc here for Warrandyte, currently trailing by 1 point. Throw in now. Little kick off the ground there by Beasley. In there was Sticker as well to lend support, put a bit of pressure on, nicely scooped upon there by Sizer. Got the handball back to Hodgson. Scrambly kick right up towards the top of the goal square. Which way is this one going to go? They've got the numbers though, nicely done there by Oakley Smith. The Bullants got the handball out. Here's Jessup on the left boot, needs to hit up a target. It was good kick two to Anderson, who fell over at the crucial stage. Here's a go now for Hodgson for Warrandyte, up towards the top of the goal square. Big fly by Stumpf. He couldn't take it on the second bite, on hands and knees, up towards the top of the goal square. Still, Tarongaloo is in there as well as he copped one high. It's argy-bargy. It's all fierce stuff. The umpire's going to come in and throw this one up. It's only 5 metres out from goal. Staff goes in. He got one over the shoulder. He copped one over the shoulder. Sterling Oakley Smith. He was unlucky, but the big man, Gabriel Stumpf, he will take the free kick only 10 metres out.
And that's really difficult there because what happened was the umpire came in and threw it straight up. So there's no time for anyone to settle. Stumpf goes in, his opponent goes up, and it's a free kick. And we're pretty confident here, aren't we?
Oh, well, we missed one very close luckies.
He comes in now after we said they hadn't kicked any score. The big man, Stumpf, comes in and puts it straight through. Third goal on the board to him. Arms in the air, cheering, telling everybody to get Stumpf. And we will go back into the middle. I was waiting for that one.
There's your
5 points. 5 points.
4 quarters you've been waiting for that one.
What do I get a drink half of that for?
Well, it's part of the bingo card.
Waiting for my $3 for the killer python that you had. Yeah, no, terrible dad joke, you know.
Yeah. You can do that now, though. You've got a licence.
And they're very nice too.
Yeah. What do you reckon now? Nick's clearance win this? I know it is early stages.
Well, they do. They've got to win the clearance here.
So the two rucks going at it. We do have a grandstand finish. Warrandyte have just gone bang, bang. What have Bulleen Templestowe got in mind here? This is good ball movement again by Warrandyte. Finishing off really strong, going deep inside the forward 50 here. Trying to get this one here is Beasley, but he's got plenty of Bulleen jumpers around him. Stumpf gets tackled by Oakley Smith, and it's got to be high on the ball. It is the first gamer. What a first game he's had. He's got the toughest job in 4th Division today.
And look, we've don't get me wrong, he's done a great job. But Stumpf has kicked 3 goals, 6 and 1 miss.
Yeah.
He's had 10 direct shots at goal. So, you know, I'm not saying he hasn't played well, but, you know, Stumpf has had a pretty good game too.
Yeah, 100%.
So Oakley Smith gets smothered ball when he kicked it. Beasley, snap around the corner. Where will this one go? Stumps around this one, but Oakley Smith spoils that one. And it's going to be a point for Warrandyte. So 6-point lead going to Warrandyte. Johnson with the kick-in duties. Goes for the short kick.
I still reckon there's about another 19 minutes in this game.
Well, you are the Oracle Brash, so could be on the money there. And here go Bulleen Templestowe with Hammer Haran. Goes to the sticker direction. Copped the one a bit on the head. But nothing called. Plenty of red and white jumpers scooping this ball up. They do so. Who's going to fly for this one here? Olsen trying to get this ball. But Martino gets that one. Kicked the goal in this last quarter. Had a really good first quarter. Tackle was laid. And this one's going to be a ball up. And it's going to be a stoppage. And it's on at the moment. And it's going to be a free kick. And it's going to go to Bulleen Templestowe, Ben Warren Smith.
Yeah, well, that was off the ball. And that was a costly free kick there by Warrandyte. Just a little bit of discipline problem there.
Michael Watts has it.
A case of the retaliator getting caught.
Yep. So they need something, don't they? The home side kick goes in towards the harsh direction. At the fall, the ball in there was Mills. Trapped it but couldn't break free, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from goal.
And again, you can't, like they left Sticker by himself then. They cannot allow Sticker to be standing by himself around the contest.
Ball straight down the throat there of Harry Taylor. We'll have another ball up. This game's been really well umpired today.
Yeah.
Warrandyte is playing with a spare behind the ball, so I guess Sticker's the one that gets the advantage.
Just shepherding from the contest. And I think this is going the way of Bulleen Temp out of the ruck for shepherding. So it's going to be a free kick the way of Zach Hanrahan, who'll have a shot to put the scores all level out here at Tedajani.
And he has worried them. When he's come back, he's worried them because he's got to jump. He's been able to get over the top, so someone's walked in front of him, stopped his jump, and that's been the shepherding free kick that's been given away.
So Zach Hanrahan, he'll kick from about 45 metres out. Comes in now to make scores all level. It's a decent kick off the boot. It's got to carry just, but through for one behind. Margin back to 5 points out here as we cross the 23rd minute in this final term. It could be a valuable point, gents.
Oh, I hope so. It's a handy point. Time on, 23 minutes in.
You hope so, do you?
Oh, I want it to be a close game.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, I know. A 1 point seller will be huge. As they go to the Appleby direction, but Stumpf was around this one, and he's just going to roll that one out there, Martino.
Last week was close too, but we had less than 20 points between them after half time.
So what have we got here? Brash reckons there's about 28, 30-minute quarter we've got here, so we've probably got maybe 6 minutes to go in this game. So they're going to rush this brew, and it's going to be another boundary throw-in.
You would expect nearly every player to be in just keep one out and push everybody else up if you're Warrandyte into the defensive area.
Well, there's only 2 players forward of the 50 there in the now.
So here we go, deep inside, snapping kick. And it's going to be out of bounds on the full 24 and a half minutes. Warrandyte lead by 5 points, 59-64, Warrandyte lead. What can the Bloods do? That Bloods culture, what can they do to get this game on top?
Great mark.
Yep.
And a great kick. That was a good 50-metre clearance kick, that one.
So what can Warrandyte do? They've had control of this last quarter. Stump's involved. Got the boot. Mark taken. That was by Josh Sticker. 25-metre free kick.
Oh, no,
Stiff.
That's called from the umpire down the ground.
So Sticker goes inside the 50, looking for the Harge direction. Had one go at it. Snap around the corner. And it's going to be out of bounds. Brew for a ball, for a throw in.
I'll take the out of bounds if I'm Bulleen Temp.
Yep.
25 minutes in, Ben Warren Smith. We've got a thriller. It's deep inside the forward 50 of the ball in Templestowe goal here.
So where are the stickers? Let's see where they're at.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that they're going to go to.
Deep inside the Bulleen Temp. Forward 50, 25 and a half gone. It's a 5-point ball game. Umpire throws it in down the throat there of Hayton. Hits the deck there with Taylor and Co. And we'll have a ball up. Martino's in there. Johnson's in there. Which way will this one go? Over the back. Another stoppage. Martino lays a strong tackle. Once again, the umpire comes in. Ball up now. Siren sounds!
Oh, jeez.
Very short final term.
26 minutes.
And a fantastic win by the Warrandyte Football Club today. A 5-point margin out here at Tedajani Reserve. We weren't expecting it. We expected it to go for another couple minutes or so. 8-16-64 to 8-11-59. These sides both kicked 2 goals each in every single quarter of the game. It was neck and neck right throughout. Bulleen Temp in that final term looked like they had a bit of an advantage early, but the cream rises to the top, doesn't it? And Gabriel Stumpf did a fantastic 5-minute purple patch in that final term to kick the 2 winning majors for the Warrandyte side. 2 goals to Blakely, 2 goals to Stumpf, who also had 6 behinds, 2 goals to Jack Gribus and a single on the board to Will Gribus. 2 goals to Shields for Bulleen Temp, along with Sticker, who also had a couple of major singles to Josh Sticker, Martino Remington and Jackie Pekin. Fantastic game out here today at Tedajani, boys.
Yeah, it was. It was a game, Davo, that ebbed and flowed. Both sides really had their chances to take complete control and win the game. But at the end of the day, I just think it was just Warrandyte, just with a little bit more experience in their lineup, that just got them over the line, and I think they played a little bit more directly through the corridor than Bulleen Temp did this afternoon.
Yeah, I think also I think their structure held up really well. I like the fact that when they got the ball under pressure, they knew where they were going to go. No, very, very good.
Well, let's go down to the smiling assassin and the EFNL rock star himself, Jared Beanland. They've got a couple of players to have a chat with us.
Thank you very much, BWS. Oscar, huge win for Warrandyte. 1v2, obviously, in Division 4. How does it feel and what does it mean?
Oh, pretty excited to be honest with you. Really proud of the boys. It took a fourth quarter effort. Wish we kicked a bit straighter to get a bit of gut, but still really proud of the boys. And to have a bit of a lead on top of the ladder now is huge. So hard work's paying off.
100%. And the big man, Taylor Hayton, he's played really well. What's the connection between you guys and him and you guys in the midfield? It must be pretty important to have him as a pillar throughout all four quarters.
Yeah, Tex is just a workhorse. Like for a ruckman, he's pretty undersized, but he battles hard all game, all year. Probably one of the older boys as well, so credit to him. He just gives us a lot of work all week. Clearances we're working on, but today I think we took a big step forward to get in the positive with them.
And tell me about the coach, Jake Whitling. How much of an impact, what sort of an impact has he had since coming down to Warrandyte?
Yeah, Jake's been huge. Like from day one of pre-season, he's just levelled up the standard a fair bit, demanded more, and I think the group's lifted as well. Have a new coach as well, fresh face. Everyone has to prove themselves again, so it's really put everyone on a level playing field and just open up the options for selection. And yeah, he has a few tough picks each week, so that's been good.
Thanks, Jared. Darcy Blakely alongside me. Darcy, a fantastic victory. Must be very pleased to get over the line and extend your advantage, as Oscar mentioned, off the top of the table.
Yeah, very happy with the win. It was a bit nerve-wracking at the end, but we got the job done, which is good.
But you must be pleased with the composure shown, particularly from Gabrielle Stump, who came up big in that last quarter after a bit of an inaccurate day. Let's just say that.
Yeah, he had a tough day on the set shots, but he's all right. He created a contest, so that's all we want.
Absolutely. How have you found your time down at Warrandyte so far, coming across from Greensboro and having a bit of an impact as well?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've had so much fun. Love all the boys, so yeah, it's been great.
We better let you go and sing the song. Congratulations on the victory, Darcy.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Great stuff down there. Josh Ward and Jared Beanland, who have been boundary side on a picturesque winter afternoon, and a fantastic scenes out here to see Warrandyte getting home in a close game out here today. 64-59, a 5-point lead as we watch the teams make their way off the ground. Not too sure if we'll be able to get the theme song, Lee, in the rooms here. Should we stick with it?
Yeah, no, hey. No, we'll probably go to an ad.
No, so sounds good. We'll have a breakout here at Tedajani. Fantastic game here in Division 4. It was a 5-point win to the top of the table, Warrandyte over second place, Bulleen Temp. But when we come back after the break, we're going to go around the grounds as you go local for your footy today and find out if your team and your enemies won. Stay with us.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Final score out here at Tedajani Reserve today in the Division 4 Eastland match of the round was Warrandyte getting home in a tight one by 5 points, 64 to 59. But there's plenty of great games as you go local for your footy. And I'm going to cross to Paul Yaconi, who's going to take us through some of those and hopefully most of them final scores, starting with Premier Division, Paul.
Yes, in Premier Division, Rowville 17-17, 119 to South Belgrave 6-9-45. That's a final score. Another final score, Vermont 13-8, 86 to Bulleen 10-15, 75. In Division 1, Baronia 2017, 137 to Bayswater 4-3, 27. Mooralbark 10-8, 68 got the job done over Beaconsfield 8-13.
They drive me crazy. They drive me crazy, honestly.
And the final scores just come in. Mitcham 11-18, 84 got the job done over Park Orchards 11-10, 76. North Ringwood 15-15, 105 to Wanney South 16-5, 101. That game's still going. And Montrose 13-11, 89 to Norwood 7-13, 55. Div 2 now. Croydon 9-13, 67 to Ringwood 10-6, 66. That's a final score. Surrey Park 16-15, 111 to East Burwood 12-10, 82. Mulgrave 11-9, 75 to Heathmont 9-9, 63. Templestowe got the win over Lilydale. Templestowe 12-7, 79 to Lilydale 7-9, 51. And Waverley Blues 12-16, 88 got the win over Scoresby 8-13, 61. In Div 3, Coldstream 12-9, 81 to Ferntree Gully 6-10, 46. Although it says it's 8 minutes gone in the third quarter, so we'll have to...
it's all right. Coldstream are 35 up at the moment from my 9, Paul.
The Basin won by 2 points over Donvale. The Basin 12-6, 78 to Donvale 11-10, 76.
Nice.
Knox with a huge win over Oakley District. Knox 22-15, 147 to Oakley District 5-10, 40. And Whitehorse 13-12, 90 got over Sylvan 11-11, 77.
Gee, haven't they fallen off a cliff against Sylvan?
And finally in Division number 4, Churnside Park 31-21, 207 got over Nunawading 6-4, 40. Fair Park 13-9, 87 got over Croydon North Emlock 12-7, 79. Doncaster 31-22, 208 got over Forest Hill 2-3, 15. And that's it.
Oh, and a very good job by you done, Paul.
Well done, Paul.
Well, gentlemen, there's been a few cheers. There's been a few arms up in the air. There's been plenty of shakes of the head. What stood out this afternoon?
Lost to Upper Ferntree Gully earlier in the season, so Jay, they're looking a little bit vulnerable, and I think the demons in their head might actually start to present themselves come finals time.
Still keeps their minor premiership aspirations alive as well for the Basin.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. If Upper Gully beat Donvale in next week's game or the week after, that would then mean if Basin continue to win, which at the moment you expect them to do, they would get there.
I would just like to see Muralbark play. Is it Waverley Blues? They're in different divisions.
Yeah, they've got a similar vibe, don't they?
But I just want them to play each other because I'm just sick of not knowing which team will turn up on the day.
Just quickly on that North Ringwood Wani South game, it's a final score. North Ringwood have won by 4 points, so that means they move a game and a half clear on top of the ladder.
Yeah, that's it. That would be an interesting one to have a look at the replay of this week,
yeah,
Dave.
because I think that's an outstanding effort from Wani South.
Yeah, I agree.
They went to Quamby, they went without their key forward, and North Ringwood brought in 4 very, very good footballers.
I'd love to see the stats on that one, the Premier Data stats, because just looking at the scoreline, 30 scoring shots for North Ringwood to 21 for Wantirna South. It'll be interesting to see how everything else broke down, whether or not North Ringwood were just a little inaccurate and not able to convert what might have been a more dominant game than what the scores would suggest.
About you, Brash?
Yeah, I'm a bit like Davo. Waverley Blues, they do me head in every week. Muralbark, well, look, after a couple of ordinary weeks, I gave them a mouthful and they've responded. But I think the story once again comes from Premier Division. Bulleen going down again by 11 points, fast finishing, but nonetheless they've gone down by 11 points. It's going to make it very difficult for them now to even look like getting 5th position, BWS.
I'd almost rule them out at this stage.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah, I would too.
Hard run home as well, I believe. Or similar run home to Vermont and Berwick, I should say.
But they do play Roval and Doncaster East, and I think Vermont. I know they play Berwick, but I think they've only got East Ringwood on the run home.
And the fact is that Vermont have still got 3 out of 4 games at home against, and 2 of them opposition, or 3 of them are still South Belgrave, Noble Park, and South Croydon. That's with the only hard one is East Ringwood. So really, it's there for Vermont if they want it.
They're building some momentum, your Eagles. There's no doubt about that.
And I think the other game in Division 4 today, I think it's worth noting was the fact that Croydon North Hemlock ran Fair Park to 8 points. Fair Park for mine, I think they've hit the slippery pole for mine. They're not going as well as they used to.
Yeah, you're right. I think they have. They are I think we mentioned off air, they are the 4th best side inside the top 4 at the moment. So, look, I know they've lost Russell Cow and Mitch Jackson throughout the season, but 2 plays is not going to make a world of difference.
I think too, Josh, and let's be honest, if you have a look at these results again in Div 4, they're overinflated because most sides are kicking 200 points a week against Forest Hill and Nunawading, and it makes it really hard to get a decent form line because, in essence, these are the only games that, like the top 2 or the first playing 3rd or 4th, where you get some meaningful data moving forward.
I think more than the data, I think it's difficult if you're playing in this division, people say, it's nice to have a good winner with confidence, but it makes it difficult to get your flow correct because if you look at it, if you're going to play Nunawading or Forest Hill or even both as your last 2 games going into finals,
I wouldn't want to play them.
You wouldn't want that. I know you go in, but you're going in without having the real pressure. Whereas today we saw a final. This was a finals game under finals pressure, and both teams played like it. And even though one team's had more scoring shots than one, you looked at both those sides and you said, you know what, if we watch them in a final, we're going to see a good game of footy.
I think I'd rather play Kilsyth and Churnside in my last 2 games heading into a final series than those 2. It's almost like you're playing you know, those bottom two sides, and if you're sitting third or fourth, it's like you're playing for, you know, third place in the World Cup. They don't mean it doesn't mean anything.
Well, Warrandyte do play Kilsyth in the final game of the home and away season. Churnside Park have got Forest Hill. Bulleen Templestowe have the bye, and Fair Park play Doncaster. So it probably favours the Bloods heading into that final round of the season.
But that's the thing, Josh. Doncaster kicked 31 goals, 28, right? And they played Fair Park, and like next week, if you're a purist and you're looking at all the figures based on the season, you're going to pick Fair Park.
I think the other one that's interesting, if I just have a look at it, so Bulleen Temp's home run is Forest Hill next week.
Yep.
Then Nunna.
Well, they'll win those two.
And then they play Fair Park the week after, and then they've got a bye.
Yeah, that hurts.
So if you think, look, if they've got some really sore footballers, then that's not so bad. And if there's some guys you want to put on ice for a week, you could probably do that. But it's not a great run-in for a final series.
I just think, like, getting back to today's game, I just sort of felt like that. I thought Bulleen Templestowe were a little bit timid in taking on the corridor, Dave. I just think that they had too much of a defensive mindset. They were always looking to play the boundary line, and you know, I just sort of think sometimes it's the old adage, fortune favours the bold, and I just didn't think they showed enough dare.
And one of the assistant coaches and Andrew Verger at three-quarter time highlighted that to take the game on in that final quarter, which they did early on, but they obviously weren't able to sustain it.
But in fact, though, Josh, they did try, but in the end, Warrandyte kept pushing them into areas that they didn't want to go in that last quarter.
I think the other thing you've got to look at is that if you look at Warrandyte's setup, so what they did very, very well, especially when Bulleen Temp were going up the other end and started to get a good run on, they covered off the middle themselves. They brought players out and they covered off the middle and didn't allow them to come through the middle. But what you found was that Bulleen Temp then went to the easy option, which was down the line, which was able to be stopped. So I think they've just got to work out. I've watched a game of footy, and I can tell straight away what Warrandyte are trying to do. You can see what they're trying to do all over the ground, the way they set up, the way they try and switch, the way they try and come through the middle, the way they try and bring the forwards right up and then play over the top of them, allow them to run on and have a forward deep. I still don't know what I'm watching when I watch Bulleen Temp. There seem to be a stoppage team that just get the ball forward as much as they can and then hope that their talls take a mark, and they didn't take many today, or that their smalls get creative. If you look at their goal kickers, they're nearly all smalls.
So, Dave, in essence, okay, Stumps kicked 3 goals, 3-6. If he kicks 6-3 and they win by 24 points, what would we as the team be saying about this game if he did that? If they won by 4 or 5 goals?
I don't think it'd make a difference. I look at it as it is and go, they've won a close game with their key forward kicking 3-6. He's had 10 direct shots at goal. Mm-hmm. So if your key forward has 10 shots at goal, that's a number one. Number two, they didn't have any of their small forwards do much. Whereas I think if you look at Bulleen Temp, at Bulleen Temp, I think Marcel Hage needs to take the marks that he's going for. I think the other one who needs to take the marks he did early was Remington. He didn't get involved enough towards the end. He's a key forward that needs to take a mark and go back. You cannot constantly rely on both the stickers to be kicking goals, or Martino. I thought he was good today as well.
I think Hage, just on that, I think Hage, he had the opportunity to win this game off his own boot with the opportunities that came into him, and he was getting his hand on the ball. He just couldn't clunk it.
That's what I mean, and that's where you have to have that, because down the other end, they did have that. They had that person, and then I thought the young Gribus boys, I thought they played really well and had some real smarts about them. So I see more, and I said it before the game, both sides would be comfortable making the move up.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think Warrandyte is ready.
Again.
Right? I think Warrandyte is ready to make the move. Whereas I think Bulleen, Templestowe, if they made it, great. But if they didn't, it wouldn't be the worst thing for them to have another year of development through the young kids.
I think they're a year away because a lot of the group out there today, and I mentioned this the last time we were out here, Bulleen, Templestowe, they all played in a 19's Premiership about 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
It takes a good couple of years for them to develop, to mature, and I reckon next year they'll be able to do that.
It's almost like early Surrey Park days, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, it is very, very similar to Surrey Park. They have the same model as the Panthers, and I have a lot of respect for what they're doing at the moment. I think they're just a year off from really progressing, whereas you look at Warrandyte, they've got a good mix of youth and experience as well.
Gentlemen, we have some awards to give away from today's game, and of course we always start with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, the winner receiving a Colesmeyer $50 gift card to spend on whichever they would like. And there's a few contenders as well, and I've written them down today. And we've got the first one was Blake Tennant's Blakely off the ground in the second term from about 10 millimetres out from goal. Just watched it again on the replay and gave me a little chuckle on that one.
That was good.
There was a great goal from 50 metres from Remington in the second term. Then we have Gribus's third term running goal. Also, Martino's snap in the final term. And then, of course, Josh Sticker, the beautiful palm down and left foot, front and centre, snap around the body for his goal. They're the contenders. I'm putting it out to a vote.
I'm going to go the Sticker one.
Yeah, he deserves an award as well, Sticker. I thought he was Bulleen Templestowe's best player.
Yeah, I think Martino's was more of a team goal, wasn't it? You know, it was 3 or 4 possessions and he was on the end of it. Still a good goal, but Stickers was class and crucial.
Yeah, I've got no problems with that.
Yeah, and just a really important part of the game. A fantastic goal to Josh Sticker, and he's today's winner of the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, Colesmeyer $50 gift card coming your way, Josh. And as we turn our attention to the Cairo Eastland best on ground, and of course the winner today gets a fantastic $50 voucher to Cairo Eastland, can go in and get some beautiful treatments and get yourself all prim and proper. And the man who looks like he wants to start proceedings on this one
I'm doing it every week.
Is Brett Davidson. 3, 2 and 1, Davo.
I found it really hard.
Yeah.
I found it really hard to find someone for 4 quarters that played great football. But I'm going to give one vote because I thought he was really crucial early and I thought he was good late and he had a little bit of a small, quieter spot in the middle, was Blakely. I thought Blakely played some really good footy. I love his run through the forward part of the contest. He's got speed and he uses the ball well. I'm giving 2 to Jake Sticker. I thought was it Jake? Yeah, I gave him 2. I thought he was really good, really quality player, did a lot of work. And I'm giving 3 to the forward. If you have 10 direct shots at goal, you have played some game of football. And a lot of them were through really big marks. And again, nothing against his opponent who for a first gamer did a really good job. But this is a guy who's all class and, they've still got to find a way to stop him and they haven't found it. So he's kicked 3-6. That's good enough for me when a game is on the line and it's tight. So I've given Stump my 3 votes.
Great stuff, Davo. Thank you very much. Let's go to Wayne Brasher for your 3, 2 and 1, Brash.
Yeah, well, Davo, you and I sort of, we're a little bit poles apart today. I'm going to give 1 to Hodgson off the half-back line.
Yeah, he was stiff.
Yeah. I thought he won his position quite clearly. I'm going to give Hayton 2 because I think he was quite comfortably the best big player on the ground. And I thought he worked very hard for 4 quarters. And I'm going to give Blakely the 3 votes because I thought when the game needed to be set up early in the contest, he was in and under and he was given Warrandyte plenty of looks in their forward 50. It wasn't his fault they weren't converting, but I just thought over the day, he had his quiet spot. Apologies to Sticker, I could have put him in, but I just thought Blakely for 3 for mine.
Great stuff, Brash. Let's go to our boundary riders, starting with Jared Beeland.
Yeah, it's been a very difficult one to actually figure out where to put the points. I'm going to give one to Josh Sticker. I thought his contributions throughout the day were keeping Bulleen Templestowe in it, especially his cleanliness of disposal. I'm going to give 2 to Oscar Hodgson. I was pretty impressed with how he went about his footy today. And I've got to give 3 to... I was considering not, but I think I do have to give 3 to Gabriel Stumpf. Just being that beacon up for the North Star for Warrandyte today. He just managed to settle down and kick a couple of winning goals in that final quarter, to his credit, after the voices in his head might have started to say otherwise throughout the game after so many misses.
I've gone 1 for Oscar Hodgson. I thought his in and under work was exceptional, led from the front. 2 to Josh Sticker. I thought he was exceptional, particularly in that last quarter, and especially with that goal, standing tall. When his brother Jake was a little bit sore in the last couple of quarters, he really stood up. My 3 votes though, Darcy Blakely. I mean, I as I mentioned, I think in the pre-game, I saw him last year and he showed a fair bit at a high level with Greensborough, and he's translating that into the Division 4 level and performing exceptionally well for the Bloods.
Paul Uconi, 3, 2 and 1.
Yeah, my 1 vote goes to Will Gribus, 2 to Josh Sticker, and 3 to Gabriel Stumpf.
Keep me out of it, because that will. I didn't see enough of the game, but I will. Just a name, just to mention. I thought the 2 Gribuses were very good.
Yeah.
And credit to Josh Sticker as well. I know he's been mentioned a fair bit, but he's having an exceptional season.
Blake Tennant has given his 3, 2 and 1. He had to leave earlier, but he did a great job calling the game today, and he'll be drive safely out there. Blakey, 3 votes, I should say, to Blakely, 2 to Will Gribus, and 1 to Hayton out there. 3 votes to me today go to Blakely. I thought he was I thought he was fantastic. It may be a little quieter in that final term, especially when it's needed, but other players did step up, and I thought he was super all day. I gave 2 to the big full forward in Stumpf, and I gave 1 to Josh Sticker, making today's Cryo Eastland best on ground player of the day. I got that wrong earlier, but remember that one. Cryo Eastland, $50 voucher going to the one and only Darcy Blakely from the Warrandyte Football Club. Congratulations to you, Darcy. A fantastic game today, and maybe the big full forward might have been a little bit robbed. If he had to put a few more through, he probably would have got him over the line, but not today.
You look at my old mate here. He's had 10 kicks a goal. If he kicked 9-1, he would have given him a vote and he would have got over the line. But he's kicked 3-6. You go, nah, that's not good enough. Isn't it, Brash? Hey, I know you, mate.
Quite funny.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a hard taskmaster.
You were a key forward back in the day, weren't you, Brash?
I was.
He
bagged
was.
Bagged plenty.
Yeah. Rotund full forward, you little beauty.
No, he wasn't actually. No.
I was as skinny as a rake.
Let's wrap things up, guys. It's been a great day out here at Tedajani Reserve.
It's been
always
great day.
Brilliant to come out to Bulleen Templestowe. Congratulations to Warrandyte for winning by 5 points today. And to our boundary riders, you don't get it too often in the middle of winter, but I hope you enjoyed the sunshine out there today, and a great job by you both.
Yeah, speaking about the sunshine, I think I need a new prescription after staring into that the whole game, but other than that, it was nice.
Yeah, I might join you as well, but a pleasure as always, BWS, and great to have you back this week.
Thanks, mate. Paul Uconi, thank you very much, mate.
Pleasure as always.
Davo, always a pleasure being next to you, mate.
Thank you, and that was a finals-like game, and it was good to get down and see a great game of 4th Division footy.
It was great stuff. Wayne Brasher, we're returning to Division 4 today. Hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, I certainly did. It was a game worth coming down for.
Ryan Long, who joined us at half-time and, of course, called the women's football earlier today. It's another big week in footy.
Yeah, it's enjoyed watching you guys go to work today.
Thank you very much to Paul Uconi and Kate Green, who joined Ryan calling the women's football this morning. And, of course, LKLM Media, the best in the business when it comes to broadcasting. You cannot do a wrong thing with Lee and Megs at the helm. My name is Ben Warren Smith. This is the E&L Media team, and we'll be back next week. Hope your team won today.